All right, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good.
Morning.
I don't know, how am I guess is the
I
question.
think we're good.
Okay.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth has elected to proceed on one count of aggravated within 3 years and one count of aggravated, same transaction. We have presented one instruction for each of those counts. It is the model. We have added to that one instruction that had not been previously provided for child endangerment. We will not be going forward
And I'm
on
going to take out the child abuse one.
abuse and
correct?
neglect, exactly.
Okay.
And then we have withdrawn, and I can tell you which letters.
Okay.
Instructions that were related to
Sure.
first degree, second degree.
Let me, hold on a moment, just for the record, which counts of the 4 counts of aggravated murder are you going forward on?
One moment.
Either 1 and 3 or 2 and 4. I think those are the options.
Right.
But I just want to make sure for the record.
And I'm sure you're right, Judge, but we'll open it really quick and just
Okay,
make sure
sure,
that
absolutely.
our 1 and 3 and 2 and 4 are the same as yours.
Three is Joseph Brennan. Two. No. We're doing
Sure.
So,
So 1 and 3?
1 and, no.
No.
No. 1 and 4.
1 and 4.
1 and 4?
1 and 4.
Okay, absolutely, that's fine. Any objection to that then?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we're going forward on count 1 and 4 of the case number ending in 666. And then for 2 and 3, there's a motion to dismiss
dismiss.
those.
Oh, wait,
so you have
okay,
no
hold on, I'm
objection to-
getting
Sorry.
tapped.
No, ma'am.
Wait a minute, hold
Yep.
on.
Let-
There seems to be a change here.
Sorry, we're gonna read this one more time.
Same after transaction.
Yep,
1.
1.
For Ryan.
Okay. And then
4. Same 3-year period, Christine, yes. 1 and 4. Dismiss
Oh, you're-
2 and 3.
okay.
Yes.
Final answer?
Yes.
Okay. 1 and 4, so we're dismissing 2 and 3 with no objection. Okay?
No objection.
All right. So 1, 4, and 5 under the case number 666, and then we just have child endangerment on
Which
the
is,
one ending in 873.
that's
Okay?
count 1, Judge?
That is count 1.
Yes.
So count 2 is dismissed.
Yes, ma'am.
On that, on 873. Okay, fabulous. So now I have the ones before that we had talked about. Do you just want to go through those?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And I will pass up our new stack. They're clean. They have the
Okay,
letters typed
excellent.
in.
all right, so I had instruction A, which I assume is still the same, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then we'll withdraw instruction B since he did
Correct.
testify? Okay, withdrawn. And then you still have C,
Yes.
okay. D,
Yes.
E,
Yes.
F,
Yes.
G,
If they stop sticking together, yes.
all right, and then H.
Judge, I have an I next.
Oh, I'm sorry, H is child abuse, so you're
Yep,
throwing that
so
one.
that would be withdrawn.
Okay, fabulous. All right, and then we have I,
Yes.
okay. Q,
So Judge Q would be withdrawn?
Q is withdrawn, I assume without objection.
Without objection.
Okay, Q is withdrawn. Okay, what do you have next? R?
I actually had an L.
Okay, you had L. I switched them around a little bit because.
That's okay, because they didn't make sense in that order. That's fine.
Well, not to me, but.
Nope, that's A-okay, I can track.
I could,
So
yes, that's fine, I'll just.
if you're on R next, we would withdraw R.
Withdraw R, okay.
We would withdraw S.
I have M next.
Okay,
M
so
as in Mike.
M is in.
Okay. S as in Sam,
S as in Sam would be withdrawn.
okay. N as in Nancy,
Yes.
O,
Yes.
P,
Yes.
T as in Tango,
Yes.
okay. And then I think, let me see, then I have some of his instruction. I think that's all I had for you. So which ones would you like to add to that?
So I have L, which was willful.
Willful, okay, you have L.
I do.
All right, do you have a copy?
I
Well,
do.
You got the clean copies,
Yep,
that's
I'm
fine.
gonna
Okay,
pass
so
that up to Your Honor.
we'll add L, okay, and what else?
And then I have U, which is the instruction for aggravated murder, 3-year period.
Okay,
And then I have V, which is the instruction aggravated murder, same act or transaction.
okay.
And then I have X, which is the crime of child endangerment.
Child endangerment, okay. And your U and B have the waterfalls also?
They do not, Judge.
You're not doing
We are not
waterfalls.
doing a waterfall.
You are just standing on aggravated murder?
We are.
Okay, that is your option. Do you want waterfall instructions, Mr. Carroll?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Stand on as well.
Okay, so we're standing on aggravated murder. You've just made life a lot simpler for me on your decisions, but that is your decision. Okay, so no waterfalls, we're standing on aggravated murder.
Yes, and I'm passing them up with the previously agreed upon new separate so that you can put them in
Okay.
as you
Okay.
would like them to appear.
All right.
I also understand we've agreed to defense 2, 4, 10, 12, 16, 20, and 36.
I think that's what I have.
No
Let me make
changes.
Sure. That's the only, those are the only ones I had already had, correct?
Correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
I have 2, oh, I do have L, okay, sorry. I do have 2, 4, 10, 12, and 16, and 20, and 36.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anything to add to those, or that's it?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, you guys get a gold star today.
Thank you.
Okay, that is fabulous. All right, so you want to hand me up the, you have the clean copies for your, oh, you already gave me.
Yep.
Okay, I got the clean copies. And do those include Mr. Carroll's, or Mr. Carroll, yours were already clean copied, correct?
The ones that I handed up before were clean copies.
Okay, so I can just insert his into
Yes, ma'am.
yours. Perfect.
And
I
at this
can do
point,
that.
we owe you a verdict form. Now that you have accepted those
Right, yes,
instructions.
I have those instructions.
We will provide you with a verdict form.
Okay, that's fine. So if you want to provide a verdict form, I can have Shannon do one since it's just aggravated murder now. It's not too difficult.
If
I can do that.
That's just fine.
So we'll do 3 verdict forms, one for aggravated murder, one for firearm, and one for child endangerment.
Yes,
We're all on
ma'am.
the same sheet, music? Okay, good. 3 verdict forms?
Ms. Fritzler is asking, do you think we need 2 aggravated murder forms?
Oh, yes,
given
I'm
that
sorry.
there are 2
I
separate?
apologize. You're right, because you did go ahead and do both, the same occurrence and 3 years.
3
Yes,
years.
so we do. We need 4 verdict forms. Aggravated murder in the same act and transaction, aggravated murder in 3 years, firearm, use of firearm, and child endangerment. Okay, we'll get those together.
Perfect, thank
And
you.
by the end of closings, we'll be able, you can review them before they go back to the jury.
Great, thank you.
Okay?
Your Honor,
Yes,
is
sir.
there an order that you're going to be calling out the jury instructions?
There is. Let me just put it back into the order, and I will let you know. And I will actually get copies to you as well,
Okay,
in the order that I'm going to give them, and I'll get one for the court reporter too, Carol.
Great, thank you.
So I'll do that. We'll have time to do that, okay?
Okay.
So that takes care of jury instructions. Do I have Ms. Smith here yet? Ms. Smith, are you here? Are you ready for your motion?
yes.
Let's go. Is that okay?
Yes,
I'd
absolutely.
rather do that than I can go back and put those instructions all in
Yes, ma'am.
order. Ms. Smith, you can just come to the center podium, that's fine.
Thank you.
Apologize, these were always on.
Just want to make sure I have the right Miss Smith. This is for the access motion?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, great.
Well, you're Ms. Smith, so.
Well, no, I know.
You
I
answered.
there could be multiple Miss Smiths, so I wanted to make
Well,
sure.
the odds were pretty good that that I had the right person. I know it was set for 9:30, but since we were so organized today, if it's okay with you, I'd like to go ahead and do it now.
Absolutely.
All right, I've read your motion.
Thank you.
So you don't need to regurgitate it, but anything you want to add to the record, you're welcome to.
Oh, thank you. No, I mean, I appreciate you reading it. And just for the record, I'm Alia Smith here on behalf of ABC and NBC for access to sealed records. And I won't repeat what's in our papers, other than to say I read the Commonwealth's opposition yesterday.
Right.
And, I don't think that they offered the compelling reasons that are necessary to seal, in a public criminal trial. But, the fact that the litigation was concluded in the Daily Press case, which is one of the main authorities that we relied on, I don't think is a distinction because the harm that they're claiming here is not to do with jury tampering or jury impact. And same with they try and distinguish the press enterprises cases because in the press enterprise cases, the Supreme Court was dealing with the sealing of a whole entire trial.
Being closed, correct.
Correct, and that's true. And I appreciate very much that most of this trial has been completely open.
400 exhibits and televised. So.
Exactly, and the exhibits available on the internet. But I think the point of the press enterprise and Globe newspapers and all the Supreme Court cases is that every aspect of a criminal trial needs to be open, and if it's not, the sealing has to be justified by on-the-record findings of a compelling interest, and I don't think that's been done here.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am. Did you want to respond? I did read your opposition brief.
We would submit on our brief.
Spin on your brief. Did you want us to respond, Mr. Kerr? You join your microphone, just.
Your Honor, I would join in the Commonwealth's position.
All right, thank you. Okay, you can stay right there. That's fine. All right, so the ruling on the media motion, non-parties ABC and Dateline have moved to unseal certain exhibits admitted during this trial. The court fully recognizes and respects the First Amendment and the fundamental principles of transparency in our judicial system. These proceedings have at all times been open to the public and the media has not been denied access to any hearing or trial testimony in this case. At the same time, the court does not take the sealing of documents lightly. When considering sealing or unsealing, the court must balance the public's right of access against other compelling constitutional and statutory interests. Here, the constitutional and statutory rights of crime victims. Article 1, Section 8 of the Virginia Constitution, entitled Rights of Victims of Crimes, and Code 19.2-11.01, entitled Crime Victim and Witness Rights, require that crime victims be treated with dignity, respect, and sensitivity, and that their privacy be protected to the extent permissible under law. Victims are defined in relevant part to include family members of homicide victims, including spouses, parents, children, and siblings. As the Supreme Court recognized in Globe Newspaper Company versus Superior Court, the First Amendment right of access to criminal trials serves the important purpose of protecting the free discussion of governmental affairs. However, that right is not absolute. It may be limited where there is a compelling governmental interest, and any limitation must be narrowly tailored to serve that interest. The court finds that unsealing these materials would add little, if anything, to the public's understanding of the judicial process, while substantially infringing upon victims' constitutional and statutory rights. Here, the court finds that the protection of victims' rights constitutes a compelling governmental interest. That interest necessarily limits the public dissemination of graphic depictions of deceased victims, nude victims undergoing life-saving measures, and autopsy images, particularly where such materials would be available for permanent public distribution, download, and reproduction worldwide. The First Amendment does not require the court to permit the exploitation of crime victims or their families by releasing graphic images of their loved ones' bodies for purposes unrelated to public oversight of the judicial process. The victims in this case were a mother, daughter, sister, and a son, brother, and grandson. Their surviving family members' constitutional rights must be considered and respected. This remains a public trial. Of the exhibits admitted into evidence, approximately 400 exhibits are unsealed and publicly accessible on the court's website 24 hours a day. 74 exhibits were placed under seal.
Morning, everyone.
The court has reviewed each sealed exhibit admitted in this case to ensure that sealing was narrowly tailored and justified. I will note initially that one category of material referenced in the motion, the co-defendants' interviews with the Commonwealth, were never admitted into evidence and are not part of the court's record in this trial or any pretrial proceeding. Okay, those materials remain in the possession of the parties and are not subject to unsealing by the court. Additionally, the minor child's interview was sealed pursuant to a pretrial motion due to the presence of a minor victim, and that sealing remains appropriate. With respect to the sealed body-worn camera recordings, the moving parties requested that the court redact or excise portions depicting victims' bodies and release the remainder. The court received these exhibits in their entirety as evidence. It is not within the court's role or technical ability to edit, splice, or alter admitted evidence, and the exhibits must be considered as they are entered into the record. All sealed exhibits were sealed pursuant to motions agreed to by the parties at the time of admission. For the record, the court will now go through each sealed exhibit and state the basis for sealing. In doing so, the court does find that certain sealed exhibits do not implicate victims' rights and therefore will be unsealed. Okay? So I'm going to go through it and I'll give you a copy of this too.
No, I appreciate that. And can I just be heard on for one moment on the body-worn camera footage?
You can, but I'm not going to change my mind.
Okay.
All right. So would you not rather do? Okay, good. Okay. So let's go through the sealed exhibits. All right. Number 4 is a body cam of Officer Hugh. Both victims are shown. One is deceased and one is nude, and life-saving measures are being taken. A recently sealed number 5 is a picture in the far right corner. You can see Mr. Ryan's body. Number 6. Of the Commonwealth's evidence body cam of Officer Beckner, both victims are shown. One is deceased and one is nude, and life-saving measures are being taken. Number 8 is a photo from the still body cam, and it's of the victim's body. Number 9 is also a photo from the body cam of the victim's body. Number 10, the body cam of Officer Gibbons. Both victims are shown. One is deceased and one is nude, and life-saving measures are being taken. Commonwealth's Exhibit 11, the autopsy report, will be unsealed. Commonwealth's Exhibit 12, the autopsy report of Mr. Ryan, will be unsealed. Number 11 was Ms. Banfield. Number 13 is a photo of Joseph Ryan's deceased. Number 15 is a photo of Joseph Ryan deceased. Number 20 is a photo of Joseph Ryan deceased. 22 is a photo of an autopsy of Ms. Banfield. 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33, and 34, 35, 36, 37, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49 are all photos of the autopsy of Ms. Banfield. Number 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, and 71, and 72 are all FetLife conversations which will be unsealed. Number 98 is a photo aerial view of the house, but Mr. Ryan's body is in the photo. Number 9, a photo of Mr. Ryan's body on the floor. 100 is a photo of closer up of Mr. Ryan's body on the floor. 101 is also Mr. Ryan's body. 101A is that same photo with annotations. 101B is the same photo with annotations. 123 is a photo of Joseph Ryan's body. 123A is the same picture with annotations. 123B is the same picture with annotations. 124 is also a photo of Joseph Ryan's body. 170A is a photo of 171 with annotations, which is a picture of Joseph Ryan on the floor, deceased. 172 is a photo of Joseph Ryan's as well on the floor. 174A is that same photo with annotations. 181 is a photo of Joseph Ryan's body. 221 photo is of Joseph Ryan's body. 221A is the same photo with annotations. 241 is a photo of the body-worn camera, a still photo with the victim, Mr. Ryan, on the carpet at the crime scene. As far as defense sealed exhibits, the body cam video of Officer Palmer has the body of both Joseph Ryan and life-saving measures being taken from Ms. Banfield at the crime scene. And number 87 is a body cam video of Officer Casanova without audio, and the minor child victim is present for a significant portion of the video. And 119 is a Gmail log for FetLife, which I will unseal. So I will give you a copy of those, and I'll highlight the ones that I'm unsealing. They're already highlighted.
I appreciate that very much. And just for the record, I'd like to add that in the Knorr case that we cited,
Sure.
The court did order the availability of redacted video and documentary records. And in the AP case from the Fourth Circuit, the court held that administrative burdens are not a sufficient compelling reason to keep things. And so I really feel like, there's a way that public can have access to some of this, even if they don't have the specific, very graphic images.
And the exhibit is the exhibit, and I take the exhibit as it is. All right? Thank you very
Understood.
much for
Thank you,
your
Your Honor.
motion, and have a good day, Ms. Smith. All right, do we have anything then until 10 o'clock?
No, ma'am.
All right, I will go ahead and get the instructions put together in the order I'm going to do them, get a copy of them, and if you want to stay here, I'll get you the copy so you can be prepared for your opening statements, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All rise.
Morning, everybody. It's Friday. Thank God. Hope you guys are all doing well. Obviously, I'm here, but I was not able to listen to that. Just had to take a call related to some work matters. So I'm here, and we are going to get, I guess, into closing arguments. I think that was just Judge A laying down some of the instructions. Correct me if I am wrong about that. And then this is it. This is the day. We're going to get closings from both sides, and then they'll go into deliberations. And what do you guys think? Let's take an impromptu poll here. Are we going to get a verdict today? If you missed it last night, we had Dr. G, the goat of body language behavior, on. And what he had to say was just fascinating. He actually texted me after the show to say, of all recent trials that Dr. G has sort of covered, and he hasn't really followed this case, but he said of all like the lunatic, insane defendants that he's done body language and analysis on, he said that this guy really creeps him out in a weird way. He said he is oddly disturbing. So interesting. Everyone's saying guilty, less than 2 hours. Yes, verdict will be today. It'll be back in about an hour. Here I go again, but here's what I'm thinking. You bring in an au pair, you're married to a woman in her 30s. It's not like you're an 85-year-old man married to a 79-year-old woman, who's still got his libido going. No, you're a 30-something-year-old man, late 30s at the time, might be 37, 39, something like that. Probably not a great idea to bring a Brazilian au pair into your home, but I guess he probably did it intentionally because that's the kind of guy he is, right? So, I mean, we found out yesterday he slept with his best friend's wife. So that tells you something right there. I can tell you none of my best friends have ever slept with one of my girlfriends, and to the best of my knowledge, not to anybody, but they're my best friends. But this guy is sleeping with his best friend's wife. So that's sort of the barometer or the baseline for this dude. So then he decides, okay, I'm going to hire a Brazilian au pair. Sure. Okay. Just to help clean up around the house. Before you know it, the two of them are involved. And before you know that, apparently this plan is hatched to go on to FetLife.com. By the way, Dr. G told me he's almost sure that this guy was into FetLife and obviously not the wife. And if you missed the cross yesterday, he essentially threw his own dead wife under the bus. So what's so sad about this case really is that Christine Banfield is not here to defend herself. And this poor Joseph Ryan, he really is a victim here. Listen, people have weird fetishes. People have weird, kinky things that they're into. I'm the son of a psychiatrist and the son of a social worker. I'm not saying that Karm and my dad were into kinky things. What I'm saying is that I've heard it all. So I don't want to pass judgment on any of these people. I don't think that's our place. But this poor guy, Joseph Ryan, the au pair was hardly Giselle Bundchen, correct? Who, by the way, lives in Miami Beach. So Joseph Ryan responds to the FetLife.com ad. And so he gets drawn into this completely unsuspected. He's probably fulfilling some weird ass fantasy of his. And this guy ends up getting murdered. And then obviously now his entire family has to deal with this. And it all centers around the fact that he was lured in. Yeah, this is a disturbing photo. You could say that again. There's Joseph Ryan on the right. But I mean, this guy gets lured in to this twisted plot, and now his whole family has to deal with the public humility that he was the guy who answered the FetLife ad. I mean, it's just sickening on many levels what this guy, Brendan Banfield, is accused of doing. And in I don't know, a matter of hours, it could be that he's convicted of doing this. Where I always sit on this, okay, you're into weird stuff, fine. Brendan Banfield hires the au pair, ends up sleeping with her. You just saw a photo of the two of them, I think, in the master bedroom. Yesterday, he's calling all the rooms my room, my room, my room, not our room. He's also, by the way, referring to Joseph Ryan as Joe, which a lot of you sent me messages, comments on YouTube, and you're like, the reason he's calling me Joe is because he knows him as Joe, the guy he was trying to lure because he was acting as Christine. So he was referring to this guy as Joe. Joel, I put a photo in studio, but not sure if it's weird. Let's see. Is that Brendan? Is that Brendan? If that's Brendan, I think we can show it. If it's Joseph, I'd rather not show it. But if that's Brendan, yeah, I don't think we should show it. No need to. The bottom line here, if you're a married man with a child, try not to hire a 22-year-old Brazilian au pair. Men are weak creatures. We're really sort of a disgusting species, the men I'm talking about. It's the old adage that we think with our you-know-what. It really is. Look, my mother and father were happily married for 63 years. I write about it in my book. 63 years they were married. My dad was, at the last 7 months, was in a nursing home. Now, he loved to enjoy the female figure. He liked to, he was a man. He lived in Miami. He liked to maybe look every once in a while. He's a guy who was 3/4 dead in a nursing home, and I could see him, just enjoying the nurses around him. So this is what I'm saying. And this is my beloved father, faithful man, 63 years. COE's getting nervous right now. My point is, now you got this guy in his 30s. Oh, Tiger Lily says women cheat just as much. I guess women are just smart about it. Joel, we can just chill till 10. You're making me nervous. I just had my coffee, too. Maybe I should get Karm on the line. I tried to get Karm to come in for the closings, but she wouldn't do it. My dad's in a nursing home, literally, like on his last legs, and he's got enough energy to crane his neck a little bit to look at some of the younger nurses. That's my point. That's the fabric of men. Okay. And that was a guy who was 89 years old at the time. That's it. I'm honest on this show. I'm transparent. May my father rest in peace. There's going to be a day, by the way, in the very near future where I just uncontrollably sob. Never really mourned my dad, and my mom and I are working on a book, but we really haven't worked the way we need to work on it. My dad was incredibly smart. This is another thing, by the way. Everyone always says, oh, my dad was so smart. And that's beautiful, because I guess you should really love your parents and think that they're intelligent. By the way, Karm and I got into it last night, and it was all settled before we got off the phone, but the COE was there. Got a little crazy last night between Karm and I. She was tired and I was tired, and we butted heads. But the point of the story is, well, I'm writing a book about my dad, a very, very smart man with a very interesting philosophy of life. And he wrote a book in 1971. I think I've mentioned it, Humanistic Psychiatry from Oppression to Choice. And I don't think that anyone's ever fully read that book. And I'm writing a book about that book, and I can't understand it, but I get the basic tenets of it. Anyway, I've thrown out a million different things. My father was half dead in a nursing home, but the point is, this is sort of the way men are built. And I guess women are built this way too, but they're more subtle. But back to Brendan Banfield. So he lures Joe Ryan in with his FetLife.com. He's already in this heated relationship. He's obviously, from an integrity level, an awful human being. He has slept with his best friend's wife, talks about the multiple affairs, but then he starts throwing his wife under the bus, which is really just disgusting, and literally said yesterday on the stand that it was his wife that was into FetLife, she was into the sexual violence. And I talked about this. I talked about this with Dr. G, and he agrees. He thinks that it's really this guy, Brendan Banfield, who's into the sort of sexually violent lifestyle. And it was probably his, or almost certainly his decision to lure this guy in on FetLife. But I really do feel awful for Joseph Ryan, because listen, if that's your thing and you're just playing out a fantasy, who am I to judge you, right? But he was dragged into a public spotlight as a result of it. His wife is murdered. He is murdered. And then I always go back to this. This guy, someone said, well, what was his motive? That was, I saw that as a comment. What's his motive? That was one comment I saw. Well, his motive was he didn't want to get a divorce. He didn't want to pay out in a divorce, and he wanted full custody of his child. So that's how FetLife gets into it. And they go and by the way, this woman, this au pair, is an awful human being too, who's gonna profit potentially from a Netflix documentary. She should be serving a life sentence. This woman, the two on the right, she got out. It's a good idea to hire a 23-year-old pair who's it's a bad idea. Anyway, she's going to get out, which is just, to me, sort of a travesty of justice. And I don't know. I mean, I guess her testimony was very important because she sort of points the finger at Brendan. But for her to just walk out of prison or jail at this point and live a life and profit off of Netflix, she'll probably get like an OnlyFans page and it'll be making gazillions. But yeah, a duchess says it. Who are we to judge? He did not commit any crime. Adults can do what adults can do that's legal, and everything he was doing was above board. But I mean, look, he's dragged into this. Sadly, I mean, two things. He got murdered. And number two, the focus is hardly ever on the victim. So it's not like his name is blasted out there, but it's out there pretty publicly. And I think for his family, it's got to be brutal. But I always go back to this. If you want to sleep with all these women, just do the right thing and get a divorce. Or do the wrong thing and cheat, but don't murder your wife. I mean, you're already doing it, you S-bag. You S-bag, Brendan. Guilty until proven innocent until proven guilty. That was Freudian. Innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Wife had no idea who she was married to. I have a feeling she learned, though, and you heard him say, even on the stand yesterday, he said that his sexual desires were much greater than his wife's, and I think he was frustrated by that, and it's another reason. I also think that, again, I don't want to single out men as a disgusting, horrible species, but men probably more so, but maybe not. But men, I think if they are not getting sexually satisfied from their significant other, then they will start to wander, and they will also start to justify it in their own heads that cheating is okay. Because I've seen that with some friends of mine. And I think that that's probably, that probably goes both ways, but I think men are just a lot worse about hiding it. COE is saying my name again. She's so nervous right now. Missy May says, I love men. I love that. You got to stand up. I just said we're a horrible species. I didn't say you shouldn't love us. So anyway, I go back to this. So the COE feels a little bit better. By the way, I'm having coffee. It's Friday. I'm delirious. COE and I we were up late. It's been a long 4 months this past week. So why murder? There's a 99%. There's a 99. Joel's all of our marriage therapists right now. There's a 99% chance right now that this guy's, I would say, is going to be convicted. If he's not convicted, I think the world will be shocked. But he's now going to spend, this dope on the right is now going to spend the rest of his life, the sad sack. I like that from yesterday. That's something my dad would say, is sad sack. But this dope on the right, this putz of a human being, is going to spend the rest of his life. Think about that. Think of what you've done in your lifetime right now. Just go backwards. Go backwards in your life. Think of what you've done. You've learned to ride a bicycle. You've learned to drive a car. You had your first job. You had your first date. You had your first kiss. You went to McDonald's for the first time. You opened up a pack of Hubba Bubba. I remember when Hubba Bubba came out at Hubbard's Cupboard, which is our convenience store in Highland Park, New Jersey. It was the greatest moment of our lives. It was like in second grade, and all of a sudden there was some gum called Hubba Bubba. Anyway, my point is, think of everything you've done in your life. Everything going forward, everything will be done inside a prison cell. Everything. This dummy is going to live in a prison. How? Yeah, can we play that package, COE? How in the world can you not think about that before you commit these crimes? And I don't know if you heard this yesterday, but this guy, like almost probably 10, 11 times mentioned putting his finger into his wife, not his woman, but his wife's neck injury that he almost certainly inflicted. Let's play this. This is a news package while we wait. COE is so nervous that I'm going to say something so insane that she went and found a news package to shut me up. Here we go. Bubblicious is pretty good too. What's your favorite gum? We go everywhere on STS. By the way, I think I am a little weird.
This is Joseph's ashes. I had considered burying it, and then I decided I couldn't do that. I couldn't let him go.
3 years have passed, yet for Deirdre Fisher, the wounds are still fresh. As she sat down with us for her first on-camera interview about her son, Joseph Ryan, she fought back tears.
I lost my greatest cheerleader and one of my closest friends. That's what those people took from me.
Ryan was born in Woodbridge, Virginia. She says he was wise beyond his years, even as a child.
He's not one yet. And he looks at my mother and says, "Grandmom, may I have a tissue, please?" And my mom and I were just shocked because he's not one yet. And he said a sentence.
As he got older, she says he would go out of his way to help others.
Joe took care of me when I had cancer.
He loved sports, was passionate about social justice and animals.
He would go to like a pound or to, a animal rescue place and ask for the ugliest, oldest dog.
He also had some unique hobbies.
Joe was a famous LARPer. His name was Korak, and he was active in this giant community of LARPers. He would get dressed up in these ridiculous outfits. He'd run through the forest and hit people with a giant rubber fish.
Laughing as she remembers the good times. They were extremely close.
I don't think everybody gets to have a close relationship with their grown son where their son calls them all the time. I was fortunate.
Their last conversation on February 23rd, 2023. A silly text conversation, as she described it, about how he had lost weight.
He was really happy that night before he was killed. He was proud of himself and he was happy. And he was showing me the comparison, the depression, and then how good he felt about himself.
On February 24th, 2023, he was shot and killed inside the home of Brendan and Christine Banfield in Fairfax County.
And I just know when he told me that I could hear my own voice screaming. And I remember that moment, and I remember where I was sitting, and I remember his words that he had been killed.
Even worse, she says, the way her son, a victim, was portrayed. Investigators say Ryan was invited to the home through a sexual fetish website by who he thought was Christine to play out what investigators have called a violent sexual fantasy.
Talk to me in the way you're most comfortable about what his role was when it came to sexual fetish websites. Did he ever talk to you about involvement in websites like that?
Yes. What he was into was sometimes consensual BDSM. Did some other things, but it was role play.
When you heard the reports that he allegedly brought a knife and restraints to the Banfield home, your reaction to that?
I didn't have a reaction to that. Joe and I had discussed the idea of cutting and knife play. Joe was not into knife like cutting. He didn't like to create blood.
Talk to me about the difference between knife play and stabbing someone. Is there a world in which those two are similar things?
No, there is not. There's knife play, and it's just an object that you don't use. Maybe you press it against the skin, but you don't actually cut into somebody. And then there's actual blood play, where you intentionally, carefully cut. And stabbing, that's an act of violence.
And you don't believe he's capable of that?
He's never been capable of that. Joe was never violent with women.
Which is why she says the initial story from Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalis, the family's au pair, that they shot him because he stabbed Christine, was not believable.
He started stabbing her. I think Brendan shot him.
What was your reaction when you heard her say that he was stabbing her?
I knew it was a lie.
The au pair has since taken a plea deal and told authorities the whole thing was Brendan's idea, that they created a fake profile, pretended to be Christine, and got Ryan to the house, shot him, and that Brendan stabbed his wife with the hopes of pinning it on Ryan.
That my son had done something wrong, or that he was this creepy fetish guy. That's not who he was. He was a consenting adult, yes. He didn't need to apologize for that, and he didn't need to die for that. And he doesn't need to be judged for that in his afterlife.
Until justice is served, she's focused on holding on to the memories and what she has left of her son.
And my plan is, one day, after I pass, Joe and I will go together someplace. Our ashes will be together. That's the plan. But for now, he's sitting up there.
Wow. Interesting interview. I mean, a couple of things that I take away from that. I call Karm probably 37 times a day, and I'm in my 50s, which is definitely slightly dysfunctional, but I'm happy to hear that another son calls his adult son. I thought it was interesting that his mom knew so much about his inclination or desire to be part of, sort of this fetish lifestyle. Well, that was interesting. And still, none of that, she honored him very well, best I've seen. Yeah, I mean, she was very honest. Look, people are going to judge that no matter what. People are going to judge the interview. They're going to judge the mom, but it's not what it's about. It's about the fact that this guy was murdered, or at least that is the accusation from the Commonwealth. And you can tell the mother is absolutely devastated, absolutely devastated. Yeah, I think I called Karm way too much, but it's not going to change now. Leopard does not change its spots, but it's just particularly diabolical if he's convicted of these crimes and then he throws his wife under the bus and basically outs this guy intentionally or unintentionally as being part of this fetish lifestyle. By the way, what is a LARPer? I've never heard of that in my life. If you guys know what a LARPer is, please let me know. The whole thing is tragic. This is a very weird case. I mean, the trial was weird. The pacing was weird. I don't want to say the defense attorney is weird, but I will say his approach is very weird. Just all around, just absolutely odd. So I would actually be interested to get this mother on if she's willing to come on, and Christine Banfield's parents. And I would even invite Brendan Banfield's parents. So, and I didn't catch. Did you guys catch her name? Oh, live action role play. Live action role play. Jay Clem. Joel is so sheltered. COE. You didn't know what LARPing is. You did not know. Now, Space Coast is a man. Space Coast is a Renaissance man. Spacey is like super book smart, but he's got street smarts, which is an interesting combination. I don't really have either. LARP, like people who act stuff out. I've never heard of it. COE, have you heard of it? Tell me right now. Oh yeah, you already just said no. I knew you didn't know. You have no idea what LARPing is. COE, how boring is our life, man? Why am I not live action role playing? I have a good friend. I'm going to throw him under the bus right now. Matt, I won't say his last name. I talk about him a lot. He's the chief meteorologist in Tucson, Arizona. And his stepfather is one of these dudes, very successful attorney. But like on weekends, he's in his 80s, almost 90, but he dresses up like Revolutionary War guys. I guess that's LARPing. But I'm like, Matt, what is going on with your stepfather who is like in Arrested Development as a 4-year-old boy dressing up as a Revolutionary War hero? I guess I should not judge that either. Joel, you are live action. I am. I'm pretending to be a podcast host right now. This is interesting right here. Look at this comment. I'm pulling it up right here, and I'll tell you why this is so interesting. Boring is best. My dad, who was a psychiatrist for 40 years, retired at a pretty early age because he was so burned out. He couldn't take it. My dad passed at just shy of 90. He retired at the age of 63. So do the math. I think that's 27 years. Wow, I can't believe my dad is not alive anymore. It's weird. Anyway, one of my dad's many, 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 many famous sayings in our world was better boredom than suffering. My dad's the only guy I know that was so happy, like he could just do nothing. But he'd rather do that than be tortured, like being taken to a Broadway play. Like when we were kids, I mean, this is probably why I'm a little weird, but like I remember like we were like kids and my Karm and we went on a family trip to Hearst Castle. And I remember he just sat outside. He's like, I'll just sit out here. Or you go to like, my mom had family and her mom lived in Switzerland. So I remember one summer we stopped in Paris. We went to the Louvre and my dad's like, I'll just wait out here and read a magazine. Back then it was magazines, not cell phones. He was a character. I'm like, aren't we supposed to see the Mona Lisa? And he's like, I've seen it in pictures. I'll just sit out here. Who's to judge? Who is to judge? Nap connoisseur. My life is intentionally boring. I'll tell you, everybody, on another note, I hit like a wall every day at 3:34, but the last couple weeks, I've been on an insanely clean diet, and I'm not eating my Reese's, and I'm not eating my Rolos that I left in the bathroom. I think I told you the story. I was craving sugar a couple weeks ago, so I ordered, it's the first time ever on Uber Eats, and I ordered the unwrapped Rolos, and they brought me the wrapped Rolos, and I just get tired of unwrapping them because I just want to shove them into my mouth. But of course, I've left them there, and now the COE, every once in a while, the kids will go and take a Rolo. But now that I've cut out sugar for just a couple of weeks, I'm not getting that afternoon crash. You think it's related? You think it's because of clean eating? I'm really just eating protein and minimal carbs. I just heard, Joe Rogan, who's to criticize him? The guy's signed two $200 million contracts. He's got the #1 podcast. But I got to tell you, I'm so tired of his podcast. I really am. I'm just so tired of it. He's got these like bro dudes on every day. But he had on Kevin James, the comedian. I just happened to see it, who I actually like, and I think he's a very talented actor. He's like the least of my worries when it comes to the Joe Rogan bro dudes. But Joel, how do you explain your dad living a boring life when married to Karm? Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, listen, my parents were like yin and yang. I mean, they were inseparable. I mean, my mom talks about how, someone asked her the other day if she could have dinner with one celebrity, who would it be? She said, my father. Like, they were really in love, but they were very different. There was also not a single day in my life or my dad's life where we did not get yelled at by my mom, which is probably why I married the COE. Very similar patterns. But as my dad used to say, in one ear, out the other. Looks like we're back and we're getting closer to closing.
So there was a little
blip, Judge.
blip, but we seems to have taken care of it. We got your clean parts down, and we
Mish!
had the 20 that you wanted to
That was
put
Mish
the two
Cavernos
together,
from
which,
South Africa.
If you want to take a look at it.
Yes.
If
Miss
you want
you,
to
Mish.
approach.
Yes, ma'am.
Where the hell have you been, Mish?
You wanted to add 20, but you had two 20s. So we combined them, Shannon combined them for you, just that.
Yeah.
And there's no objection to 20.
No, ma'am.
All right. So what we'll do, no problem. So what we'll do, this is the order I'm going to read them in for the record, and we have copies for the attorneys and for the court reporter for right now. Then we'll get copies for the jurors as well. All right, so the jury instructions we read, instruction A, C, D, E, U, V as in Victor, L, I, M, F, G, X, N, O, P, T, 2, 4, 10, 12, 16, 36, and 20. Okay?
Bugs, I'd like to LARP this weekend
Right.
as a
Is there anything else
young married
before we
couple
bring
with
the
no
jury out?
children. Do you have a babysitter?
Okay. Okay.
Can we LARP as a young married couple with no children this weekend? Can you get us a babysitter tomorrow night? Think about it. This guy's never, 99% chance this guy's never going to walk outside again. Ever. Ever. This is the part I can't understand. I just cannot, Dr. G always says, well, you can't understand because you don't have the amygdala. Like, you don't know what, but I really, truly do not understand. Lindsay Gandy will babysit. No Jeffrey Dahmer again. Jeff Dahmer was the best. He was kind of handsome, too. The court officer guy. Dapper young man.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I swear, juror number 2, I'm going to have to put you on the payroll. You keep that door open every time you come back. I really appreciate it. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have heard all the evidence in this case. All right, before the lawyers make their closing arguments, the court will give you the instructions of the law that you are to apply in deciding this case. Since it has been quite a while since I gave you the preliminary instructions, I want to remind you that in their closing arguments, the lawyers will refer to the testimony and other evidence that you will have heard, but what the lawyers say in their closing arguments is not itself evidence. Their statements are only their recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as 12 jurors of what the evidence in this case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, remember your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence, and you should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. In addition, a reminder that the court has sealed the names of the jurors for a year. Just wanted to make sure I remind you of that. Okay, as far as the jury instructions are involved, you'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the jury room with you, and we'll make copies for all 12 jurors, okay? So you don't need to take notes on them right now, but I would ask for your attention when I read them, okay? With respect to the instructions I'm about to give, you might notice that at the top of them, some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered. You're not to concern yourself with that. You're just looking at the body of the instruction themselves, okay? Some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact. Therefore, the court must instruct you, the jury, on the applicable law under both the Commonwealth's case and the defendant's theory of the case, okay? Brendan Banfield is presumed to be innocent you should not assume that he is guilty because he has been charged and is on trial. This presumption of innocence remains with him throughout the trial and is enough to require you to find him not guilty unless and until the Commonwealth proves each and every element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. This does not require proof beyond all possible doubt, nor is the Commonwealth required to disprove every conceivable circumstance of innocence. However, suspicion or probability of guilt is not enough for a conviction. There is no burden on Brendan Banfield to produce any evidence. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based on your sound judgment after a full and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. Any fact that may be proved by direct evidence may also be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable conclusions from the evidence. You may convict Brendan Banfield on circumstantial evidence alone, or on circumstantial evidence combined with other evidence if you believe from all the evidence that he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. When the Commonwealth relies upon circumstantial evidence, the circumstances proved must be consistent with guilt and inconsistent with innocence. It is not sufficient that the circumstances proved create a suspicion of guilt, however strong, or even a probability of guilt. The evidence as a whole must exclude every reasonable theory of innocence. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any has been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you've considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may decide which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. If you believe from the evidence that a witness other than Brendan Banfield previously made a statement inconsistent with his testimony at this trial, the only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is for its bearing on the witness's credibility. It is not evidence that what the witness previously said is true. The defendant is charged with the crime of aggravated murder. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of that crime. Number one, that the defendant killed Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. And number two, that the killings were willful, deliberate, and premeditated. And number three, that the killings occurred within a 3-year period. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the above elements of the crime is charged, then you shall find the defendant guilty of the aggravated murder of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements of the crime, then you shall find the defendant not guilty. The defendant is charged with the crime of aggravated murder. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of that crime. Number one, that the defendant killed Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. And number two, that the killings were willful, deliberate, and premeditated. And number three, that the killings occurred as part of the same act or transaction. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the above elements of the crime as charged, then you shall find the defendant guilty of the aggravated murder of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements of the crime, then you shall find the defendant not guilty. Willful, deliberate, and premeditated means a specific intent to kill adopted at some time before the killing, but which need not exist for any particular length of time. A willful act is one done with a bad purpose or without justifiable excuse, or without ground for believing it is lawful. A willful act is intentional, or knowing or voluntary as distinguished from accidental. The terms bad purpose or without justifiable excuse require knowledge that the particular conduct will likely result in injury or illegality. To prove the charge of murder, the Commonwealth does not have to prove a motive for the killing. The presence or absence of a motive may be considered in arriving at your verdict. Brendan Banfield is charged with the crime of using a firearm while committing or attempting to commit murder. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of that crime. Number one, that Brendan Banfield used a firearm. And number two, that the use occurred while Brendan Banfield was committing or attempting to commit murder. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the above elements of the crime as charged, then you shall find Brendan Banfield guilty. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt either or both of the elements of the crime, then you shall find Brendan Banfield not guilty. A firearm is any instrument that is capable of expelling a projectile by force or gunpowder. A firearm is also an object that is not capable of expelling a projectile by force or gunpowder, but gives the appearance of being able to do so. The existence of a firearm may be proved by circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, or both. Brendan Banfield is charged with the crime of child endangerment. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the following elements of that crime. Number one, that Brendan Banfield had custody of Valerie Banfield, who was a child under the age of 18. And number two, that he willfully or negligently caused or permitted the life of such child to be endangered. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt both of the above elements of the crime as charged, then you shall find Brendan Banfield guilty of child endangerment. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt either or both of the elements of the crime, then you shall find Brendan Banfield not guilty. The fact that Brendan Banfield has been indicted by a grand jury is not evidence against him, and you should not consider it. If there is concerted action with the resulting crime, one of its incidental probable consequences, then whether such crime was originally contemplated or not, all who participated in any way in bringing it about are equally answerable and bound by the acts of every other person connected with the consummation of such resulting crime. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be discarded. You may infer that every person intends the natural and probable consequences of his acts. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt the identity of the defendant as the person who committed the crimes charged. If the Commonwealth has not met this burden, you must find the defendant not guilty. You may consider the character of the defendant when proven by the evidence, whether good or bad, along with the other factors and circumstances in the case in determining his guilt or innocence. The statements presented to you as having been made by the defendant are submitted for your consideration along with all the other evidence. The weight, value, credibility, and reliability of those statements are questions for your determination. If you believe from the evidence that the defendant previously made a statement inconsistent with his testimony at this trial, that previous statement may be considered by you as proof that what the defendant previously said is true. Juliana Perez Magales has testified that she was an accomplice in the commission of the crime charged in the indictment. While you may find your verdict upon her uncorroborated testimony, you should consider such testimony with great care, and you are cautioned as to the danger of convicting the defendant upon the uncorroborated testimony of an accomplice. Nevertheless, if you are satisfied from the evidence of the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant may be convicted upon the uncorroborated evidence of an accomplice. If you believe that the defendant was without fault in provoking or bringing on the killing of Joseph Ryan, and if you further believe that the defendant reasonably feared under the circumstances that they appeared to him, that he or others were in danger of being killed or that he or others were in danger of great bodily harm, then the killing was in self-defense and you should find the defendant not guilty. The defendant contends that he acted in defense of another person. Under Virginia law, this defense is governed by the same principles that apply to self-defense. Number one, burden of proof. If the evidence raises a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant acted in lawful defense of another, the jury must find him not guilty. Number two, reasonable belief of imminent danger. The defendant must have had a reasonable belief that the person he sought to protect was in imminent danger of bodily harm. All right, closing arguments.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Don Lemon, former CNN host, arrested in Los Angeles for the what happened in Minnesota, and Luigi
And if
Mangione
we can
has a
have the
hearing
display
4
for the
o'clock
jury
today.
activated from our table, and it does
They're gonna decide on the
include
death
sealed
penalty, apparently.
exhibits, so we'd ask it not be displayed to the
Okay,
gallery.
just to the jury and not
Yes,
to the
please.
gallery.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this is Jenna Sands.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you so much, not just for what you're going to do today, but for all of the time that you have spent carefully considering the evidence that we've been able to put before you, for the attention that you've paid, for the notes that you've taken, for the time that you've given up away from your daily lives, your jobs, and your families. Without your work here, Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan would not be able to find justice. So thank you.
And for staying awake during John Carroll.
The judge has read the instructions to you. They'll go back to the jury room with you, and you're going to have those as your guide in making your decision. I would draw your attention to the fact that you've been given 2 counts of aggravated murder, 1 count of use of a firearm in commission of murder, and 1 count of child endangerment. Talking first about the aggravated murder instructions. They have 3 parts. You'll first need to find that Brendan Banfield killed Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. You'll need to find that those killings were willful, deliberate, and premeditated. You'll need to find for one of the counts that those 2 murders occurred within a 3-year period, and for the other count, that those 2 murders occurred within the same transaction or occurrence. We know that they were killed during the same event within the Banfield residence, so that should knock that one out for you. 3 years, pretty simple as well. We know that they occurred on the same day. It's the first element that we're going to talk about, that Brendan Banfield killed both Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. We know that on February 24th, 2023, he executed his plan to murder his wife and an innocent stranger. He was in love with Juliana. He can pretend that this was a fling, an affair, he'd had them before, no big deal. He was in love with Juliana. He was afraid of losing her. He needed to get rid of his wife so that they could be together, so that they could marry, so that they could have those babies that he was picking out names for. Juliana told us how the plan was crafted and how it played out that morning in the Banfield house. But you've heard directly from our detectives and our experts the uncontradicted evidence of Brendan Banfield's culpability. You needn't rely only on Juliana's story. There has been a plethora of evidence to help you meet your burden in this case. Let's walk through just the highlights. Our digital evidence. While the digital evidence cannot tell us definitively who was behind the screen, we heard that a bunch. We know that to be true. What it can tell us is that Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães are more likely to be the ones to have set up Joe Ryan to come into the house to fake rape Christine on February 24th. There is no digital history, none, of Christine Banfield using dating sites, fetish sites, searching for pornography, talking to other men prior to the January inception of this scheme. Brendan told you that more than 10 years ago, there were incidents of affairs involving rough sex. But you have zero evidence to corroborate that self-serving statement. Think about the 2 days of Mr. Litsky's testimony for the defense and the 3 times that Detective Miller was called to this stand. If there was one scintilla of evidence that supported these claims of infidelity, of interest in sexual violence, don't you think you might have heard about it? The FetLife and Telegram contacts all occur on Christine's laptop, frequently while her phone is in use with something completely innocuous. You remember the frozen tickets, the Lululemon shopping, the family vacations the day before the murder? 2 devices, 2 different people. The FetLife and Telegram usage only ever occurred when Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães are in the home. Is it at all plausible that this woman wouldn't take advantage of an empty house to engage in her plans for adultery? That on the 2 weekends that her husband and the nanny are out of the house, those are the 2 weekends where we see 0 FetLife activity, 0 Telegram activity? Let's look at the chats themselves. Slide 1. How many potential targets were turned down by Juliana and Brendan because they wanted to meet in person first? Because they wanted to talk on the phone? Because they wanted pictures that included Christine's face? Does this make any sense for someone seeking a new relationship in an area of sexual exploration that would be new to them? Why would the real Christine Banfield have been concerned about taking these safety precautions? For that matter, why would the real Christine Banfield have been searching for someone who was willing to engage in knife play when she had a blood clotting disorder? Why would Christine use a phone from a gym bathroom, a photo from a phone taken in a gym bathroom when she has all of these far better pictures available? That one keeps stumping us. There are so many more whys, and I'm sure you have plenty of them in your own heads, but the answer is the same to all of these whys, because it wasn't Christine, it was Brendan Banfield with the help of Juliana. Let's talk about our physical evidence. You heard from Detective Leach, Dr. Kessler, Ms. McCarthy, Dr. Greenspoon, Ms. Colombo. She was up there forever with all those lab sheets. They gave us a million things to think about. Slide 4. Christine Banfield died as a result of 7 stab wounds to her neck. She suffered massive blood loss. Next, the knife Brendan used to kill her was a kitchen knife with an approximately 4-inch blade, the kind you use for chopping up vegetables. This was the knife that Joe Ryan brought because Anastasia asked him to. This was not the killing knife that Brendan Banfield had envisioned for his scheme. Next, Joe Ryan was shot twice. Once in the head by Brendan Banfield, incapacitating him. A second time by Juliana in the chest, tearing a large hole through his heart and lodging in his spine. His wounds were rapidly fatal, according to Dr. Kessler, and we saw that there was little to no blood from the chest wound. Iris Daly-Graf told you that he would have been incapable of movement following that second shot. Next. We saw evidentiary confirmation of the affair. The semen stains on Juliana's bed sheets. We also saw the photos of Juliana's clothing moved into the primary bedroom when the search warrant was executed in October following the murders. We saw the photos of Brendan and Juliana together, both before and after the murders. Her photos from her Instagram, their family photos in the bedroom after the murder. We saw the records from the shooting range for the purchase of the gun and the training of Juliana to shoot it. Slide 8. We saw the deactivation of the automatic locking feature on the front door at 5:47 a.m. the morning of the murders, done from Christine's phone by the person who knew how the locking system operated, Brendan Banfield. We saw Christine's phone turned off at 6:46 a.m. and hidden in a drawer in a bar table in the kitchen. This is just not where you keep your phone. This is not where we heard that this woman kept her phone. This is not where a person who's about to engage in potentially risky behavior puts her source of help. A floor away, turned off, in a drawer, off to the side of the kitchen. Just doesn't make sense. We saw Brendan Banfield drive to McDonald's and hang out, waiting for the call from Juliana. We see their call records, 10 and 11, between Juliana, Christine's phone, which is turned off, Brendan, Christine's phone, which is turned off. They're creating a record. It's a plan. It is premeditated. We see this false attempt to check in on Christine so that they can tell the story to the police when they arrive, that they did everything they possibly could. Next, we see the lock at the top of the basement door that Brendan Banfield did not think to engage to protect his daughter. Even under his own version of this event, he agrees he didn't think about it. He left his 4-year-old child in the basement with guns out, stranger in the house, and something happening that caused him to be concerned. We heard the 911 calls. We have a hang-up at 7:47 with Joe moaning in the background, and then a 15-minute gap before anyone calls 911 back. 8:02, 15 minutes between when someone in that house thought the police should be there and when they finally asked for help. We saw the body-worn camera and the photos from the scene. Blankets piled near the bodies. Brendan Banfield kneeling on this blue towel. The towel that has very little staining, completely inconsistent with having been used to stop the flow of blood coming from Christine's neck. We heard that the carpet was soaked through to the subfloor. We saw Brendan Banfield's handcuffs that he didn't use. Magazines full of bullets he didn't shoot, collected from him after the murders. And finally, the blood evidence. You heard from Lieutenant Giacchio and former Deputy Chief Bruce that it was Iris Dallygraph's report that finally pushed this case over the edge and brought the charges against Mr. Banfield months before Juliana decided to flip. That's how strong this evidence is. That's how reliable this evidence is. Ms. Dallygraph walked us through so many inconsistencies in this scene, proving that it had been manipulated. And you heard absolutely nothing from the defense about this evidence. Mr. Banfield gave you zero explanation for any of this evidence. Slide 15.
Judge bars
They
the
have
death penalty
provided
in Luigi
no
Mangione.
explanation for Christine's blood smeared on the right hand of Joe Ryan, leaving voids between the fingers. They have no explanation for the blood smeared across the top of the right onto the left, leaving that void on Joe Ryan's hand where they had been overlapping. Next. For that matter, you have no explanation from defense for how his hands came to be in that position, neatly folded on his chest, covering the bullet wound that penetrated his spine, immobilizing him. How could that have happened if you are to believe Mr. Banfield? There's been no explanation for the bloody hand-like smears on Joseph Ryan's jeans containing Christine Banfield's DNA. There's been no explanation from defense for how his jeans ended up bunched under his rear. Next slide. There's been nothing to tell us why a mixture of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield's blood, a mixture, could possibly have been on the inside of his waistband at the buttonhole, on the button, and on the zipper. Nothing from the defense to explain how Joe Ryan could possibly have manipulated his pants after being shot in the head, given that no other bleeding wounds were present. If his blood is on those pants, on that button, on that zipper, he was bleeding when they were touched. How could he, Joseph Ryan, have been the one to touch his button, his zipper, the waistband of his pants, to pull them down in that fashion? Brendan told you he never touched Joseph Ryan. And yet we have distinctive finger-shaped parallel lines on Joseph Ryan's arm and small circular stains consistent with blood having been dropped from above while Joseph Ryan lay on his back. Next. And then there's the blood on Joe's hip. Blood that traveled onto his body and then ran down to the floor with the assistance of gravity while he lay prone. It couldn't have come from his chest. That wound barely bled. He was laying down when blood was shed. Makes it pretty impossible that he stabbed Christine Banfield. Next. On the other hand, Brendan Banfield has cast off on his jeans. He has blood all over his hands. The blood stains on the backpack don't line up with the position of its contents. The blood on Joe's face is not consistent with his final position. And I'm sorry, I'm back to Joe's hands. This scene was manipulated. And it wasn't by Joe. It wasn't by Christine. And according to him, Juliana didn't do it. You have zero explanation from the defense as to how all of this blood evidence can be as it is. The Commonwealth gave you an explanation. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalis colluded to kill Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield. That makes sense. They created accounts, they chatted up potential victims, they got Joe Ryan into the house, and then they shot him. Brendan stabbed Christine, let her bleed out on the floor, and then dripped, smeared, and wiped her blood on Joseph Ryan's body to make it look like he had attacked Christine. Then they called the police. Brendan let Juliana take the fall, and it took a little bit of doing, but here we are, and it's his turn to be held accountable. All of this evidence can leave you with no doubt that Brendan Banfield killed Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield. That is the first element of the aggravated homicide statute. The hard work is done. Element 2, that the killing was willful, done with a bad purpose, intentional, and deliberate. There can be no question in your minds as to the intentionality of this act, the deliberateness of this act. You must also find that it was premeditated, that at some point before the killing, he decided to kill Christine and Joe. I believe that we presented you with that evidence as well. For one of the offenses, you find that he killed 2 people within 3 years. As we've identified, same day, definitely within 3 years. For the other offense, you find that it was 2 people killed during the same transaction or occurrence. They were both killed in the room as part of the same plot, by the same person, same transaction or occurrence. The second offense is for the use of a firearm in the commission of the murders. We know from our experts that Joe Ryan died of his multiple gunshot wounds, one of which came from Brendan. If you have any question about whether or not Brendan can be held responsible when Juliana also shot Joseph Ryan, you'll have instruction O, that is concert of action. So I'm going to read to you what it says. If there is concert of action with the resulting crime, one of its incidental probable consequences, then whether such crime was originally contemplated or not, all who participate in any way in bringing it about are equally answerable and bound by the acts of every other person connected with the consummation of such resulting crime. Virginia makes it easy. Translate. If you think that Juliana Perez Magales and Brendan Banfield were working together to kill Christine and Joseph Ryan, then Brendan can be responsible for Joseph Ryan's death, regardless of which bullet did the most damage. It's not a test of either or. They were working together. That makes him equally responsible. The last charge is the endangerment to Valerie. So while in his custody, that the defendant willfully or negligently caused or permitted the life of such child to be endangered. He made it out to be Juliana's idea, but he brought Valerie into that home. He left her in the basement, knowing that Joe Ryan was upstairs. He left her in the basement while he shot and killed Joe Ryan. He left her in the basement while he stabbed his wife. He could have locked the door. He could have done this on a day she wasn't home. He could have made arrangements for someone else to have her overnight. But that didn't work with his plan. So he's guilty of this offense as well. I appreciate, again, all of the attention that you've given. I appreciate, again, all of the hard work you're about to face. Please be thoughtful in your deliberations. But at the end of the day, I don't think that there can be any reasonable doubt that Mr. Banfield has committed each and every one of the offenses that we have put before you today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
closing arguments?
Sharon, may I bring a bottle of water up in front of the?
You can.
Thank you.
Concise, well put together, well laid out. And now here comes John Carroll. Luigi Mangione will not face the death penalty.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? That's been a little bit of a problem, but I have it right on me at this point. I join in the Commonwealth's thanks for your attention, for the time that you've put into this. I intend to present to you with highlights of many of the things that we went through, but I can assure you I'm not going to be going through the evidence that's already been moved in. And it took a long time, and you were very patient, and everyone was very patient.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was here.
Is that better, Your Honor?
Just a little further up.
Can everyone hear that? Okay. I'll try to speak a little louder. Ladies and gentlemen, I join in thanking you for your time, for your attention. You could see over the nearly 3 weeks that everybody was attentive, and that's something that is something that's crucial to this process, and so I thank you. When my children were younger, I used to walk out of the house and tell them, I'm going to defend the Constitution.
Oh,
They didn't
boy.
have any idea what that was, and oftentimes that became, okay, whatever, Dad. I was a prosecutor then. I was a prosecutor in Fairfax County. And what that meant to me was you presented a case, no matter who it was, you presented a case where you looked at all possibilities and you looked at all evidence to determine and to make sure that you were pursuing someone that the evidence would support. In this case, this was quite unusual. When we first met for the initial opening, I talked to you about some things that I thought you should look into. I thought that you should have an ear towards what is it that they're going to present as evidence. And even I was surprised that the evidence that ultimately was presented by the Commonwealth was actually from my case. The only people that were called to testify from the Commonwealth's case in chief were for body cam video, police officers, a couple of those, and Detective Terry Leach. And he was the one who identified all of the scene photos. He identified many of the pieces of evidence that were brought in. And he was able to talk a little bit about things such as the blood stains on the gun, the blood stains next to the bed. And what he told you, ladies and gentlemen, and this was the extent of, I think, their testimony in their case, was that there are numerous things within this scene that we can see in pictures, but they were never tested. There are numerous things that became the centerpiece of the fantastic story that the Commonwealth tells, yet they were never tested. For example, if I were to have the opportunity to cross-examine, say, the chief detective of this case, I might ask, why wasn't there fingerprints done, or even DNA, of this gun safe that we hear about? We hear Juliana goes into the back bathroom and talks about getting a gun. It changes a little bit over time, but if someone had said they went to the gun safe, because we're talking about guns, we're talking about shooting, why wouldn't there be some sort of evidence to either corroborate or preclude that possibility? I asked Detective Leach, he says, well, it's really up to the forensic examiners. They make the decision. In looking at the scene, you'll notice in the body cam video that you're going to be reviewing, there's a point when first responders come in and you see Brendan kneeling down next to his wife. rendering aid. He just shot Joe Ryan. He testified yesterday he puts the gun down to his right, which is where his holster is. And he also indicates to you in his testimony yesterday that he moved the knife away from Joe Ryan. The staining on the bed where my client put the gun for the first responders, because whenever there's any sort of a shooting, you have to make sure that you are nowhere near the gun in the event that you're perceived as someone who's hostile. He puts it to the corner of the bed, and the questions that remain were, did anybody ever test the blood on that gun? And you hear from Detective Leach, you can't do that. It was already test fired, and now would be potential for contaminant. Now, we didn't test the stains down on the floor where the gun was lying in before it went up on the bed. And we didn't test the gun, which appeared to be something that a serologist could just take a swab of. Yet there's some significance placed on the fact that there was a blood stain where the gun was when it had been sitting in a puddle. And so that actually was tested. In terms of the blood stain pattern analysis, which appears to be the Commonwealth's main focus of the case now, there are questions about many of the things that Ms. Sands says were never tested. And so the conclusions that are being reached in terms of Brendan Banfield did this, he did this, based upon whatever blood analysis, is oftentimes not considering the fact that it was never tested. We don't even know whose blood it was. Those kind of things are important. And so let's go back to defending the Constitution. When you are charged with presenting a case, and I chuckle a little bit when Ms. Sands says, we haven't proved anything, we haven't shown any evidence. All we've done is show evidence. All we've done is try to get the truth out there. My client doesn't have to testify, yet he gets up there and he tells a story. He's a philanderer. We can conclude that. It's horrible. It's a horrible situation to be in. He had affairs. He accepted that. He told you, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what was going on and exactly how it went. On cross-examination, he admitted to communications that were provided, which were letters between he and Giuliano when she was in jail. This is about the truth. In the beginning, you heard our duty is about fairness, our duty is about being just, all those sorts of things. Yet you don't put on any of your detectives. She's referring to the expert that they have that I called. I called 3 times. And you saw his demeanor. He was very uncomfortable. Why would he be uncomfortable? Why would he have been uncomfortable talking about his work? And we dug for it, and he ultimately said, the executive summary and the data remain the same. The only thing that changed is Giuliano Perez Magale's statement. Excuse me 1 second. So there, number 1, that's the first time that anyone in this case, which was when I called him, conclusively said the entire catfishing theory changed upon her plea deal. So let's talk a little bit about confirmation bias. Or I think we referred to it when we were talking in closing, or when I was talking in closing, about a rush to judgment. You've heard from detectives from Fairfax County. Detective Smith came up and she told you the catfish theory started within weeks of the event. She says, that's not how we do it. We look to the evidence and we follow the evidence. Seems like a pretty reasonable way to go. And that was something that I asked of pretty much everyone that was in some sort of investigatory capacity. That is the way cases go, is the evidence leads you where you're going to go. But lo and behold, what we find out is that that theory is being peddled by the two people in command staff, actually the three people in command staff that you also heard from. You heard from from Mr. Bruce, formerly Deputy Chief Bruce, that when Brendan Miller presented his findings, well, first of all, he said, I didn't agree with his report. And I said, well, what, if any, analysis of the raw data did you do in order to make that statement, I don't agree with this report? He said, well, it wasn't that. I don't know about the data, though he said he was a computer forensic PhD. He didn't take the time to do that. So I said, okay, well, did you ever have Detective Miller come in and walk you through it? Like, show your work? Well, we talked about it quite often, but did you, in fact, have him go through everything that he did to arrive at his work? No, we didn't do that. He speaks to Lieutenant Giaccio at the time, who appears to have a direct line to him, obviating anybody else within the command staff. And what you'll see, and you'll see it in the evidence, there are emails where soon after Juliana Perez Magalhaes changes her story, there are emails to Sergeant Ames. And you remember Sergeant Ames, he came to the stand based upon my subpoena and my calling him. And Sergeant Ames was not comfortable. And you could see any of these police witnesses are just not comfortable coming to the stand on my subpoenas and answering my questions. But he did answer them. And what you saw were emails. Those emails were essentially they were just kind of forwarding it up the chain so that his supervisors knew. And he was very candid about it. I was new. I wasn't sure how to deal with a situation like this. I'd never dealt with a situation like this. But what the situation was Detective Miller's executive summary being sent up the chain to Sergeant Ames, who was in a different division than Lieutenant Giaccio, saying there's different ways, there are three different emails that you'll see. Brendan Miller has got to look over this, and he's got to go line by line and explain how he got it wrong, things such as that. The final one is to Sergeant Ames. I can tell you that every single conclusion in his report was wrong. He's going to have to do something in order to, and it's kind of, essentially, he's going to have to change this report because it needs to conform with the proffer of Juliana Perez Magalhaes. So that's twice now. Two different people that I called to the stand that essentially confirms that everything changes when she comes in and testifies. Let's get back to confirmation bias, rush to judgment. When you have people in a supervisory nature, you have a command staff chain of command, and the highest people are pushing you on your work product, that's why you look like the people that are up here testifying, because they're sitting on the fence. They're sitting on a razor, and neither side is good for them. But they came before us and they testified, as to the truth. Detective Miller spoke the truth, and you could see it. Detective Miller, his work was concurred by Mr. Litsky, who you heard for quite often during this period of time. And it was peer reviewed, and it was concurred by someone, a third party. You heard Detective Miller say, that's never been done in Fairfax County. You heard him say, I didn't ask for that peer review. He didn't know who asked for that peer review. Why would you want a peer review of something if it wasn't for it to change? So once again, not happy with that, not happy with the work product. There's nothing to indicate in Detective Miller's background anything but stellar expertise. But he wasn't introduced as an expert for the Commonwealth. Now, this is where this whole theory went wrong. They discredited him. They disregarded him. And they didn't listen to him. And that's a problem. That's a problem for their case. Because there are things in digital forensics that, had he been involved with the group that was talking to Juliana Perez Magalhães, he would have been able to guide them in terms of, this is where the digital forensics is in conflict with you. And you heard me testify, or I'm sorry, you heard me ask questions of many of these detectives who might have been involved. Did anybody ever challenge her? Were you present when she recanted for the first time? Well, we couldn't ask that of anyone because the detectives that were in the room have not been called. The detectives that were in the room, I didn't call. And so we don't know anything, but we heard Detective Miller, and he had viewed it, and he said, when I asked him, were there challenges to what was said? He said, no, it was pretty free-flowing. To me, that tells you that whatever the story you're telling us is great, because we're getting bread in Banfield based upon that. Once again, confirmation bias. The first few weeks after the death of Christine Banfield becomes this theory of catfishing, which is what Juliana Perez Magalhães provides to this. Now let's talk a little bit about digital forensics. And I'm not going to try to use the computer to show these to you because that was excruciating at times. But I think we've gone through it with significant enough detail that when you go back to look at the exhibits, and I'll tell you which exhibits if you wish to write them down, you're going to be able to see exactly what Mr. Litsky was saying. It's complicated. It's been complicated for me since the beginning, but it's not necessarily an easy grasp. But I would ask that you take the opportunity. You're going to have all this evidence to review this particular area. So some of you may have been asking about January, or may wonder about January 9th. That's a significant date in this investigation, because that's the day when the Gmail account, called the suspect Gmail account, was started. Let's just look at how Juliana Perez Magalhaes managed this. Regarding the Gmail setup on January 9, 2023, Juliana told the Commonwealth that she was at the house with Brendan when she witnessed him create the Gmail account that was used to kick off the entire catfishing scheme. The Commonwealth took her at her word. The police didn't make any effort to corroborate her story. The one detective who stood up and said the evidence contradicted her story was transferred off the case. I think the words were from then Deputy Chief Bruce, "That guy will never work on another digital forensics case in major crimes as long as I'm here." He admitted it. There was no dancing around. He admitted it. So you have something that's in opposition to whatever the theory is that you're trying to peddle, and you're in the command staff, you're high up in the police department, you can just transfer them. And so it was from that point on, Detective Miller was of no benefit to the police because no one would utilize him once the stamp of disapproval had hit him. He was moved over to child sex. Juliana told the same story to you here in court, and it's a lie. The account wasn't created with Christine's phone. I'm sorry, the account was created with Christine's phone, not her laptop, which was the story that Juliana had told. Juliana wasn't even home. She hadn't witnessed anything. And you saw the presentation, and that would be, the evidence would be Exhibit 297, Exhibit 294, and Exhibit 295. They're all in relation. You'd be looking at the Google records, the T-Mobile records, and the subsequent map of where the location was. You heard from Mr. Litsky that the Gmail account is crucial. They all interact. The Gmail account is necessary to get the messages relating to the FetLife. And then the Telegram was created as part of this, whatever we want to call it at this point. Juliana made it up. She told the Commonwealth what they wanted to hear, and without question, they just took it as their story. She told this lie to secure herself a deal that benefited her. This one event relating to digital forensics is reasonable doubt, because every other event going forward requires Brendan, based upon her statement that she didn't have anything to do it, she didn't know how to do the Gmail account, she didn't know anything about the setup, requires Brendan to be involved, or Christine. So let's look at this. There was a period of time, and you heard evidence of it, Brendan wasn't at home. January 23rd, there was a Gmail login at 11:22. That's Defense Exhibit 245. FetLife was accessed. In the communications, you heard Mr. Litsky opine as an expert that catfishing is not a scheme where one talks about their husband or talks about how's your experience on this site. The catfishing in the truest form of the government's theory is we just want to get someone on the hook, and then person's gonna come, and then we're gonna do what we did in there in the house. It's not consistent with catfishing. And you'll see, based upon the records relating to January 23rd, there was only one adult in the home at that time. And that adult was Christine Banfield. January 30th, there are 2 Gmail logins. 1036 and 1103 exhibits Brendan Banfield 251 and Brendan Banfield 252. Brendan wasn't home. That can be shown. So there are 2 adults in the house, Christine Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhaes. Juliana testified to all of you. She doesn't know anything about the Gmail. She doesn't know how to activate it. Well, somebody activated it that day. Somebody logged in twice. And there are 2 adults in the house. Either Juliana's lying again, and she did figure out how to do Gmail, or this was Christine Banfield. Digital forensics, oftentimes, for people who don't understand it, will say things like, well, isn't it possible this? Well, you see what happens when an investigator is looking into, trying to get attribution. They're looking at all sorts of different data facts in order to make a determination, make an opinion. It's not as easy as saying, well, isn't it possible this? There's more to it. And once again, digital forensics is not being given the strength that it is due. February 7th, 2023, Gmail login at 10:02 p.m. There's only 2 adults in the house. Brendan Banfield can be identified as being out of the house, and one of whom says she never did anything with Gmail. That's BB 257. It's been presented to you. You can recollect what it was that was said, but what we know is that Brendan was out of the house. What we know is that Juliana was there, and we know that Christine was there. February 13th, 2023. There are logins in the morning in the 7 a.m. hour. Well, what we know from digital forensics is that Brendan left at 6:05. And at 6:12, he was at Tyson's Corner, based upon his E-ZPass records. At 6:17, he was already to Alexandria. And soon thereafter, he was in Cheltenham, which is the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. They call it FLETC. Well, while he's on the road, while he's at the FLETC Training Center doing his training, there are 2 logins. And there are 2 possible adults there. Juliana Perez Magalhaes, who has said she doesn't know how to do that, and Christine Banfield. 217, you'll see Gmail logins at 11:19, 11:23, Exhibit 262, 263, same thing. Two possible adults. Brendan Banfield was out of the house. One said she never did anything with Gmail. A fact that I think is very important in the discovery that was provided both to Juliana Perez Magalhaes as well as my client in preparation for her trial. FetLife was in the discovery, but Gmail was never in focus. Never in focus. So her testimony, there's a comfort level with FetLife because she saw it in discovery. She didn't see the Gmail. And isn't that a coincidence that when asked any details, she says, I don't know. When she says, I don't know, for 5 or 6 questions, I hope you recall it, I recall it vividly. She said, if you keep asking these questions, I'm just going to say, I don't know. And she continued to do that. Were my questions challenging, like the kind of questions that a detective might do? No. We were just looking for details. We were looking for details because we wanted to try to iron out what are these situations here. She was unwilling. She didn't know, but she knew I was digging for something. But if you look at the way she testified to all of you in direct, she was led to a certain statement or a certain fact, and she stated it. In cross-examination, I asked anything about that. Do you know who was in the house? Do you know where you were? Were you on the phone on WhatsApp with Christine prior to that? Where were you located at the time that this call took place? I don't know. I don't know. If that's what it says, I don't know. You know, there were a series of similar answers. Once again, her role has grown in importance for this case. It's, along with Deputy Chief Bruce and Lieutenant Giacchio, she's pushing it on through her deal. Now, one of the things that I talked to you all about, and one of the lengthy cross-examinations was relating to a group of exhibits which were number 1 through number 69. And you'll see it. It was highlighted. I think you've seen it for a brief period of time, but we were moving along. Look at that. You'll see these are the personal letters that she would write to my client. And those personal letters, I believe, is the closest to the truth that you will have heard from Juliana Perez Magalhaes. She was in a situation which really was affecting her. And it would affect anyone. And she was telling you how she was feeling. She was telling you what she thought. There were things that were relevant to this case. They're trying to make me turn on you. I'm not going to do it. I don't have anything to say. There's nothing that I can do to help them with. And then you'd see letters as the time went on. I don't know if I can live like this anymore. I think it's better for me to end. And then as she gets closer to a preliminary hearing in April of 2024, you start to see real angst and real worry. And they're coming to her and asking her if she'll testify against my client, because that's what they wanted from the beginning. She was a pawn in trying to get to my client. You'll see this timeline in these letters. It goes toward July. July was the date of her first trial. And you'll see, and I'm not suggesting what she's saying about her lawyer is correct, but it was obviously something that was on her mind, and she didn't feel like she had the support. At that point, if you think about it, the only support that she was having was from Brendan. Brendan was not arrested. Brendan was there communicating with her. Brendan's mom was actually supporting her lifestyle in the jail in terms of commissary, things like that, and also supporting her by having paid for a lawyer. Around August, you'll see in these letters, it gets to be real despair. And then you can almost see hope just drop right away from her when she hears that Brendan's arrested. And then she testified. She went into the hospital from October 13th to October 23rd. And as soon as she's released and back to the jail, the deal is done. She's told, if you testify against him, we'll recommend time served disposition. She can go back to Brazil, be with her mom, create her new life. And we know a little bit about the new life that she's planning on creating. And you have it in the documents that are before you. She's been negotiating with people who are connected to Netflix. She's been negotiating with people who are connected to Hulu. She's been talking to every other news media, at first to try to see if they just put $50 into her commissary. But then she realized, hey, there may be something here. She's invented, she's going to try to write letters. She's going to try to write a book. She wants to have a documentary. She wants to have a series. And she's about to sign or about to agree when her lawyer steps in and says, don't sign that. And so around March of 2025, you see negotiations essentially end. The number was in the area of $25,000, and it was going to be sent to her mother in Brazil. It's a lot of money in Brazil. And so, where's the downside for her? Where's the downside for her? There are plenty of people who would make that decision, given the circumstances, given you're 2 weeks from the trial, when your attorney asked for a continuance. And oddly enough, he was asking to find a digital forensic examiner. If they'd done that, maybe that wouldn't have happened. Maybe they would have realized how strong the digital forensics examinations are. Her entire story has been bought and paid for. First, with her freedom, and then now a little bit on the back end. There's a jury instruction here that says something about corroborated, uncorroborated testimony, and you should be careful of it. Now, how did they try to corroborate her? So isn't this funny? They're trying to bolster the witness who's the centerpiece of their entire case. Well, they found something when my client was arrested in his laptop that said they'd just gotten vinyl light windows in December. So, sitting in the meeting with whomever, they say, can you tell us anything about these vinyl light windows? They're triple paned, probably really good. I wasn't there, I don't know. But the story she gave was that, I mean, fantastic. We got the triple pane windows because Brendan wanted to make sure you couldn't hear a gunshot in the bedroom. And and she says, he asked me to go outside and scream to see if the windows, and she says, I'm not going to do that. So she ended up staying inside and saying Brendan went out and screamed. Well, you heard the test. I mean, this gentleman from Vinyl Light Windows came in. They trotted him up there, and he said, "Yeah, you know, we met in January. That was when we first talked about this, and it wasn't just the windows for the bedroom, which is what Juliana said. It was the full windows, and then you saw an artifact on Facebook that is Christine Banfield actually talking to her neighbors about the numerous vendors that they had been working with to try to get a quote from December 2021. So this is well before Juliana came on the scene, but it's an opportunity to try to make her appear in the know, to corroborate her. Well, that was a disaster, and that didn't work. And you heard the gentleman, you know, what the life cycle of order to quotes to all those things, they were all done well before any sort of relationship started with Brendan. Confirmation bias. Rush to judgment. It continues on. Detective Leah Smith tells us the catfish theory was told to them within 2 weeks. She goes on to talk about the theory and investigation and the direction it was going in. During a period of time soon thereafter, Detective Miller tells of his transfer against his will because he was advised he'd never work on major crimes cases again. Sergeant Ames, after receiving communications from Lieutenant Giacchio, immediately sends it up the chain. Could be just the way he does things, or it could be read those emails. Hey, I'm being asked to do this. I need some support here. When you have a theory that gets pushed from non-investigative command staff, and you have a theory that the investigators look at, then you create something called tunnel vision. And that tunnel vision, if you're following what essentially are orders, is to the exclusion of any other evidence, any other theory, such as maybe this is a rekindling of previous fantasies, and the guy who brought the knife to the house is the stabber. You can see how that theory is going to be pushed aside. And you can see how that's not very noteworthy for purposes of media or other attention. Once again, rush to judgment. Catfishing. If you're catfishing, meaning you're trying to get the one guy, Joe Ryan, to come to the house so that you can do this gruesome act. Why are you saying anything about, I can't have marks on my face or my body? If you're catfishing, why would that matter? It doesn't make sense. It's inconsistent. However, if you're interested in dabbling in this lifestyle or getting back into it, however you want to say, then that makes perfect sense. There's 9 different conversations on FetLife with different people. And you have all of the FetLife communications. And you can see, why would you have discussions where you're bringing things like no marks, anything like that? All you need is one if you're going to carry out what the government's theory is. Why would you give anyone details about your work or your home or your husband if you were catfishing? I mean, if it's truly catfishing, you're looking for the biggest pile of people that might be considered. If you're telling someone that you have a husband and you want them to come over to the house, why would anybody come? You're losing the potential people that you might want to have there who are violent or, love to do all the things that Juliana has said. Why would you do that if you're catfishing? It doesn't make sense. On February 13th, 2023, why would there be generic research on secure apps for communications? In fact, why was there even a need to transition to Telegram? Because if you're on FetLife, it's clear there are FetLife communications. And so in the world of catfishing, if you think about it, you want to do as few things that can get you caught. So what was the leap to Telegram? It doesn't make any sense. In fact, this whole theory doesn't make any sense. And the only way the government can make any sense of it is if Juliana Perez Magalhaes adopts their story once again. As late as February 19th, which would be 5 days before Christine Banfield's death. Under the government's theory, there were dates that were being explored with 5 different FetLife users. Why? If Joe's already coming, why? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Juliana Perez Magalhaes is doing what probably anyone would do who's from another country, who comes here for an adventure, which is what au pair exchange is. It's essentially a cultural exchange. And the idea is you get to live in the country and you get to live like people in the United States. And then you go back at the end of your time. She knew at the point when she was hospitalized to the point of sickness as a result of what was going on in her life that she had to do something. And the Commonwealth and the police broke her. She turned down a misdemeanor, according to her, in January, on January 1st, and you'll see it in the communications. She turned down a misdemeanor, and all she had to do was testify against Brendan. In July, you hear her recounting her meeting with her lawyer, where her lawyer floats the idea, well, what about a manslaughter, time served, and you don't have to testify against Brendan. She agreed to that. That was never what they were talking about. That was never what they wanted to do. You heard from Sergeant Matt Nilsson, who briefly came in, and he was one of the homicide people during the time of the killing of Christine Banfield. He's since rotated out to another division. But he came in and he said the whole goal of arresting Juliana was to flip her against Brendan. Once again, further corroboration. We knew it, we saw it from her letters, and now you have someone who was involved saying, yeah, that was what we wanted to do. That's why we did it. They broke her. In talking about the blood work and the blood testimony, it was suggested by the Commonwealth that we hadn't proven anything. The Commonwealth had not shown anything. Well, I beg to differ. You heard from Leanne Singley. Leanne Singley is an expert. She's an expert with tremendous credentials, and she's an expert in truth in terms of what she's allowed to say, what she can say, what she can't say. And she speaks to you in the language of bloodstain pattern analysis. She's not talking about possibilities, she's talking about facts. She's a scientist. Her counterpart from the Commonwealth was willing to entertain any possibilities. In fact, questioning of her was, well, isn't it possible this? Isn't it possible this? Isn't it possible this? And oftentimes you would hear her respond, well, that wouldn't be something that I would have expected to see, which is a very interesting statement if you think about it. What is it that she's expecting to see? Which makes you wonder, who's telling her what she should be seeing? And does it fit the narrative? So let's go to Leanne Singley. She tells you of the account of the events. Ryan stabbed Christine in the neck. Brendan shot Ryan in self-defense. Brendan rendering aid to Christine. Ryan moved toward Brendan and grabbed Brendan's arm. You see that in the videos. And Juliana shot Ryan to end the threat. What Leanne Singley tells you is all of the blood evidence supports this. Ryan brought the knife. That'll be Commonwealth's Exhibit 10. The knife has blood on it with Christine's DNA on the blade and Ryan's DNA on the handle. Ryan has Christine's blood on his hand as well as a puncture wound, which the medical examiner says is consistent with the knife. And if you look at the knife, it's described in the certificates of analysis as testing underneath the handle by the edge of the blade. And if you look at the marks on Joseph Ryan's hand, the medical examiner states that these wounds are consistent with that knife. Which reminds me, the medical examiner also said that Joe Ryan was capable of movement. And you can recall your own notes on that. That was very clear, which is in absolute conflict with Ms. Groff and is in absolute conflict with the Commonwealth's theory. She further goes on to say, Ryan has Christine's, the blood on his hand shows his hand was closed when the blood was deposited. That's that closed fingers we were talking about. That's what the Commonwealth was talking about in terms of having nothing going in between the fingers. That's holding a knife. That's how that happens, because you're holding it very rigid in order to do that. The bloody handprint on Ryan's thigh is consistent with him touching his own leg with his bloody hands. That's Ms. Groff. The stains on Brendan's jeans and shirt are what you expect he would get while giving aid to Christine. And we see it. We see it on the body-worn camera. We see it on the still shots. He's leaning down. He's down there on his knees. Interestingly, Ms. Groff says, all I saw was his hands around Christine's neck. I don't know that that's not accurate, but that's probably not what was really going on there, because everyone else said he was rendering aid. The police witnesses, who are more objective than the expert witness for the Commonwealth, all say that he was rendering aid. Testimony by Ms. Groff and the Emmy indicated that Ryan could move after the gunshot. And what's most important is that there's a DNA mixture of Christine and Ryan on the arm of the jacket where Brendan said he was grabbed. 3 times. 3 times when he was being told by the first responders, go into the bathroom. He said, they're asking, is he okay? He hit me on the right side under the shoulder blade by the arm. He said that. Then in the ambulance, you'll hear that. He says, when they're asking, are you okay? Are you okay? I don't think I'm injured. But he did hit me on the backside of my jacket. In the ambulance, they grabbed the jacket. And then when he was in the hospital, the doctor asks, and he says, he hit me on the back, but I'm not injured. The critical part of that is that the DNA mixture of Christine's blood and Joe Ryan's blood on the jacket was, if you were listening to my client yesterday, he tells you that that was Joe Ryan after he shot him. That mixture of blood with Christine and Joe Ryan himself had to be after Joe Ryan had stabbed Christine in the neck. And that's the way her blood would get on him in order to be able to get the back of my client's jacket. That's what Ms. Singley says. And that's why the Commonwealth is so intent on saying this had to have been on the floor, this had to have been on the bed. But there's no evidence to support that. There's a story to support it, but there's no evidence to support that. The evidence in terms of what happened in that room, and the crucial evidence is spot A on the back of the jacket, and you have it in evidence, and you also have it under Commonwealth's Exhibit 160, 161, and 167. Now, let's just talk a little bit about the prosecution's evidence. Brendan's DNA is not on the knife. That's also supported by those same forensics reports. He doesn't have any injuries to his hands. That was confirmed by EMTs. In fact, poor officer, I'm sorry, the young man who was 1 year on, I forget his name now, he was brought up to introduce his video, and then was asked, well, why'd you let him wash his hands? And you can see my client, for a period of probably 40 minutes, is literally walking around, in a trance from what he was just involved with, and he was walking around with blood all over his hands. And it was only after he was told that his wife had died, and the emotions that come from that, where he was blowing his nose and wiping his eyes and doing all those things, it was offered for him to wash his hands. But that appears to be some sort of a horrible thing that this officer allowed him to do, and it was even an insinuation that my client was trying to cover something up. This was 45 minutes later. It wasn't as though he went into the bathroom and did it right there after being removed from rendering aid. Brennan's DNA does not show up anywhere on Joe Ryan, which is consistent with what he told you, which is that he never touched Joe Ryan. There's no indication that there was any sort of movement, and frankly, what's the possibility, I guess I'll use the same word, that a 185-pound man would have been moved if he was otherwise dead? It's not an easy task. And Brendan Banfield's a athletic guy, but I don't think he's up to moving 200 pounds in that sort of way. So that's an absolute red herring in this.
Mr. Carroll, do you have quite a bit more? I just want to give him a chance to take a
Probably
break.
about another half hour, Judge.
Yes, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case at this time, and do not do any outside research.
Did I just hear that right? Did he just say another half hour? He's been going for over an hour now. The Commonwealth was probably about 20 minutes. Also, did he just say this guy's athletic? This guy looks like he can barely tie his shoes. Say he's athletic? Wow, another half hour. I mean,
All right, it's just come back at 11:55. All right, 11:55. All right.
Thank you.
All rise.
listen, I don't doubt that this guy's an effective civil attorney, which is where he practices, from what I understand. But up to this point, I mean, this closing argument is just so, number one, monotonous. Number two, all over the place. I mean, the government got up there and essentially laid out salient points, one after the other, boom, 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 boom. And here he's going from Juliana. First, he's going from law enforcement botching. And they always say, you know, when you don't have good facts, you got to go after law enforcement, which is what he started doing. And then he conflates Juliana with Joseph Ryan, that she could be behind it. It's kind of vague. That he could be behind it. It's kind of vague. Said he brought the knife there. I if I heard that correctly, I mean, I just didn't understand it. He's talking about, I mean, there are interesting points that I guess he's trying to make. I mean, one of them is the money issue that Juliana had sort of like an impetus to maybe throw Brendan under the bus because she was going to get paid from Netflix and get paid in a book deal. But man, talking about putting people to sleep. I mean, I was sitting here literally pinching my leg, just trying to stay awake. And since we have 15 minutes, instead of me just rambling on about nothing right now, why don't we take a 15-minute break? 11:55, we're back. I'm going to actually shut my eyes for 10 minutes. I'm going to meditate. And by meditate, I'm going to breathe. And by breathing, I'm just going to try to relax. Not going to worry about certain things, like raising my kids, like paying bills, like the leak in my ceiling in the kitchen that's gotten worse and worse, that we haven't addressed in weeks. That my 6-year-old son said the other day, Mom and Dad, I don't really feel comfortable eating in the kitchen right now because I'm afraid the ceiling is going to crash in on me. It's sad. I'm going to get that crack fixed, Judah Mack. I promise. I will get the crack fixed as soon as I have a little bit of time and probably $10,000 to fix it. I'm going to just breathe now for a few minutes. COE, can you please call? I can't call. I have no energy. I can't even dial. I'll be back, guys. 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. John Carroll, the defense attorney, has about 30 more minutes to go. He's already gone for over an hour. The athletic defendant, Brendan Banfield, is standing as the jury enters, and we will have the finishing of defense closing arguments, and then we should get a rebuttal from the Commonwealth. The prosecutor appears to be salivating to get up there for a rebuttal here. Then it'll go into deliberations, and it's Friday. What happens? What happens?
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Carroll, you can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, we left off in the discussion of the bloodstain pattern analysis. And what was an interesting moment in terms of the experts was when there was talk of bloodstain inside the zipper and around that area. But if you look at the DLI report, which is number 169, you'll see in that report they were looking actually for touch DNA. They weren't actually looking for blood staining. They identified blood staining, but the whole point of it was to find Brendan Banfield's touch DNA on the inside of Joe's pants based upon some theory that he was either pulling the pants off or moving them or something like that. And that was one of the reasons why they went to a private lab to try to do that. And it didn't pan out. And you'll see the report. Now, in terms of the evidence on the bloodstain pattern analysis, let me just do a rundown. With regard to the knife, it was identified as being bloodstained. Leanne Singley said that. She negated the possibility of anything being wiped off, which might be one of the things that you might find in a situation of the nature of the government's theory, but she's negated that. That it contained DNA of Christine and Ryan, and Brendan was excluded. That Joe Ryan's DNA at the base of the blade, handle juncture, that was the testimony of Leanne Singley and also confirmed by the Division of Forensic Science. That Ryan had a puncture to the left thumb, that was Leanne Singley's testimony, as well as the medical examiner, Dr. Kessler, confirmed that. It was consistent with the knife, Dr. Kessler said. And it was consistent with the self-wounding that happens in situations involving stabbings. And you heard Leanne Singley touch on that. She was able to kind of give you a more circumspect view of what self-wounding was. I think Ms. Groff talked about slicing, fingers or it's sliding or something like that. What we were looking for, and what I think Leanne Singley was able to tell you, is that there are a wide variety of injuries that occur, but oftentimes the stabber is someone that's injured. And I think there were significant statistics that she talked about, which I won't try. You'll have to rely on your recollections regarding that. You saw on the body cam footage, as well as through Ms. Singley's testimony, that Brendan does not have any injuries on his hands. And Ms. Dolly's testimony indicates Ryan's right hand closed when blood was deposited on it. That's consistent with Ryan holding the knife when stabbing, causing blood stains. Joe Ryan, there's a lot to be said, and I think you've already seen pictures of it in this closing, of the 4 stains on Ryan's forearm. What hasn't been said is that they were not tested. Leanne Singley says they're not able to be classified. Ms. Groff disagrees, saying that they are drip stains. She needs to say they're drip stains, which Leanne Singley says you can't say because you don't know the position of the arm. You don't know where it was at the time the blood came out. It could have been something from a significant bleeder as he's standing up. It could have been from numerous other possibilities. But Ms. Groff classifies something that Ms. Singley says you can't classify without certain factors, suggesting that it's falling from above and has Ryan on the floor. One might think you'd find the source of whatever that blood is if you're to have tested the blood that's in question. That might give you a little more guidance. And I think that's one of the reasons Leanne Singley was unable to identify that. If it was from Joe, then she'd probably have some explanation for that as an expert. If it was from anyone else, that perhaps could be a different explanation. But now all we deal with are possibilities. And that seems to be the crux of how the Commonwealth is pursuing this case. They're not putting on any evidence in terms of their own investigators. They're not providing any concrete evidence as to what happened that day. And interestingly enough, the shift in the last closing argument was that I hadn't been doing that. And the defense hadn't been doing that. But I think we can all agree that we've called significantly greater number of police witnesses because we had to. Because we want the truth out here. I called my client, though he has the absolute right not to come up and testify. And he testified. And the relationship issues with Juliana Perez Magalhaes are touchy, and they're an awful story. But he sat there and he answered the questions. He was cross-examined. He answered those questions. We're bringing you the truth. We're trying in every way to get the truth. And many of the Fairfax County detectives have provided that, and that goes to their integrity. The genes, the touch DNA from the waistband zipper indicate Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield are the contributors. Brendan Banfield is excluded. All samples collected and tested on Ryan were from Joe Ryan or Christine. Brendan not identified as a contributor in any of them. Nothing in the materials reviewed gave any indication that Ryan was not the stabber. That was Leanne Singley's testimony. Brendan's jacket, blood on the rear of the right sleeve, DNA on exterior of right sleeve, mix of Ryan and Christine. Brendan indicates that Ryan grabbed his arm on Officer Beckner's video, Officer Baumler's video, in the ambulance, and also in the hospital. Brendan's jeans, the small stains on the thigh is consistent with cast off from the hands. That's Miss Dolly, Miss Groff. Brendan sat in the bathroom, if you look on the video, and the first responders arrived. He was basically told to sit on the tub, and you see him when you look at that video, and he's sitting there, and he's just, hands down, not sure where his hands go, and he was watching as his wife was being tended to. The stains on Brendan's jeans are consistent with him kneeling at Christine giving aid. That's what the body cam video shows. Back to the digital forensics for a moment. February 19th was a critical day because that was the beginning of the Telegram account. Juliana says she watched Brendan. They stole the laptop and the phone. They deleted the two-factor authentication code, but the two-factor authentication code remains on the phone to this day. And this is Defense Exhibit 156. Is it possible that Brendan and Juliana did this without Christine knowing that a Telegram account was opened in her name? It's not, based upon this exhibit. Because if you look at it, and you can look at the message from Telegram shows up right underneath a message from Brad of Inova PICU, and right above a message from Nicole at Inova PICU. It was done early in the morning. If it had been done by someone other than herself, as soon as she looks at that message from Nicole, she'd realize something's going on. I should check this out. Inconsistent with catfishing and consistent with someone pursuing a fantasy. February 23rd. We saw digital forensics evidence from the evening of February 23rd. We saw use of Christine's laptop for 90 minutes for resort searches, with a couple of minutes of Telegram use interspersed. The Commonwealth in cross-examination opined, well, wouldn't it be possible that even if you were sitting in the same room, that she could have gone away to go to the bathroom for 2 minutes? And I guess, you know, in this world, anything's possible. Is it probable, however? And that's really the more germane point to this. The Commonwealth's, I guess, concern in cross-examination was confirmed, at least in terms of the room, when Brendan testified. And if you recall his discussion, we were talking about, we were already going on a cruise and we were talking about going to the Dominican Republic. We saw the calendar that showed the place, Royalton Resorts. We showed the searches that showed kid-friendly vacations. So we knew who was behind the keyboard, and Brendan knew who was behind the keyboard because he was there with Christine. And they were collaborating on the vacation research. Brendan was playing with Valerie, and Christine was on the couch with her laptop and her phone. That's the testimony. The device's symmetry and connectivity you heard about has the context to complete the entire picture. Juliana was not in the room, and this is supported by the analysis on her phone, showing a steady stream of messaging, social media use, and Netflix at the same time that Telegram, FetLife, and the suspect Gmail account were being used by Christine. And finally, February 24th, Juliana was not awake and not out of bed based on her devices at the time she claimed to be watching Brendan Banfield sending messages in the kitchen. You heard Mr. Litsky talk about her Apple Watch. You heard him talk about her phone. We're showing when steps were showing, which would be an indication of someone moving. She had not moved for some time after the laptop was accessed. What we know from the testimony yesterday was that Christine Banfield had the laptop and the phone in her bedroom and was awake when he went up to retrieve Valerie. That is an artifact in the world of digital forensic analysis. And you'll see this entire exchange, Defense Exhibit 348, 349, 350. You'll see Juliana Perez Magalhaes' first steps at 626, Defense Exhibit 351, 352, and 353. Juliana Perez starts her day after the telegram message is already sent, in conflict with what she's told, in conflict with the story that she's adopted on behalf of the Commonwealth. Brendan's at McDonald's. Exhibit 354, 355, 356. Those are time-stamped screenshots from the McDonald's videos. Juliana is on the phone telling us her phone tells us that her activity stops at 7:24 under Defense Exhibit 357. At the exact same time, her watch steps are stopping at 7:24. Defense Exhibit number 358. Defense Exhibit 359, Juliana steps resuming on the phone at 7:41. Exhibit 360, Juliana, car is parked at 7:41. Exhibit 361, Juliana's watch resuming steps at 7:42. We know that Brendan was out of the house. We know that Juliana was in her car. And if you look at Exhibit 362, there's someone who's logging into Christine's laptop at 7:33. There are no other humans in the house. And Juliana and Brendan were not there. In conflict with the government's theory, Christine logs into her laptop and places her devices in a drawer. She puts the devices away. She gets Lily down into the basement, brings her food to the basement, and gates her in. And she meets Joe Ryan. And they walk up to the master bedroom. Why? Why would Joe Ryan stab Christine? If you take away the consensual part of this, if he were found in a bedroom of someone by someone who's a police officer, he'd be looking at a life sentence. In this instance, he was confronted by an armed law enforcement officer saying, "Police." That officer was standing in the only way to get out of that room, other than jumping through the window and falling down 3 flights. He had a gun trained on him, was telling him and was told that he was going to be arrested. He had marijuana in his system, and he was angry. Who was he angry at? Could he have been angry at Christine, thinking that she set him up? Could he have been angry at his situation for deciding to go into a house that he didn't know and put himself in this situation? Could he be angry at my client, who was there to try to figure out what was going on and ultimately try to protect his wife? Those are the whys. And if we'd had any investigators that were actually involved in the case coming to the stand, those would be questions that I would want to know, and there would be questions that you would want to know. Because you have a decision before you, and that decision requires a review of all of the evidence. Now, is it reasonable after a 6 to 8 week affair that someone's going to try to get rid of their companion of 19 years, wife of 12 years? Is that reasonable? You heard from my client, he thinks it's absurd. In pursuing this case, the Commonwealth has presented absolutely no forensics evidence that supports that Brendan Banfield had anything to do with this, yet the story continues. This isn't how justice works, and you can't just come up with a theory and make it fit. They're trying to sell you a story without any facts. And we have the facts, and those facts are in evidence. Those jury instructions, when you see them, you'll realize they're very clear. If you have doubts about the investigation, if you have doubts about how they've conducted this investigation, if you believe that there's something that's been held back in this investigation, that's reasonable doubt. That's reasonable doubt before you even get into the things that negate the possibilities of their case. And these are hard decisions. There's a lot on the line. But know this, if they fell short in what you expect should be the investigation, if they fell short, that's not on you. The jury instructions say you must acquit. And it's not on you. I don't have another opportunity to talk to you. It's their burden to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, so they get the opportunity to speak. So I apologize if I've gone too long, but I wanted to make sure that these important issues came before you. And I leave you with these words. When they lie and manipulate to get someone to make a statement, that's not discovering the truth. That's planting the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Thank you for your patience. And at the end of your deliberations, I ask that you find my client not guilty of all charges. Thank you.
All right. Rebuttal argument. Switch over the mic again, Mr. Kerr.
Comes the Commonwealth on the back end here. his client is completely guilty, his athletic client.
Thanks.
Someone said this lawyer is the living embodiment of Valium, and they're not far off. I'm literally pinching myself to stay awake. But here we go. This should be a little more lively on the rebuttal, and hopefully short.
All right, just a couple of last words. Mr. Carroll has a really interesting recollection of the evidence. It certainly doesn't match ours, and I'm guessing it doesn't match yours. FYI, the lab for the coat was 165, not 167. And the DLI lab, it doesn't say anywhere on it that it was touch DNA. It was blood that they tested. Juliana did not repeatedly say that she didn't know how to work Gmail. She said that she did not create the Gmail account, that was Brendan. Giaccio and Bruce had the catfish plan and they peddled it and pushed it to everyone. I don't think that's at all what came out. I think that Mr. Carroll is trying to focus on the HR woes of the Fairfax County Police Department to distract you from the fact that the evidence actually supported that theory and that he has provided you and his client has provided you with absolutely nothing to refute that theory. Why was there so much discussion and disagreement over the digital evidence? Because it could never be that smoking gun. You all heard it from their expert. You can't put someone behind that screen unless you're sitting next to them. So as much as we want it to tell the story here, as much as we want it to be the perfect evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that this thing had to happen, the digital evidence just isn't that. We wish it were, but it's not. And Detective Miller did nothing wrong, and Mr. Lidsky did nothing wrong. They just told you the truth. And the truth is that they can tell you what a device was doing, but they can't tell you who was using the device. Juliana Perez Magalhaes' testimony was bought and paid for. Yes, she pled guilty to a lesser offense in exchange for her testimony. Ms. Bristler made sure you knew that from the get-go. Juliana talked about that. She explained for her reasons why. Nothing was hidden. After her sentence, it sounds like she might have the opportunity to make, 10 grand off of selling her story. She said that she would use that to support her family. And then what? Is she going to work as a nanny? I mean, she's a convicted murderer. Do we really think that it is so reasonable that she made up this complete lie for 10 grand? Really? If this version is correct, coming from Mr. Banfield, then she would be set free. She would be as not guilty as he would be. So she's going to give up that shot for 10 grand? I just don't buy it. Whose story is more credible here? Juliana's or Mr. Banfield's? Whose version does the rest of the evidence support? The defendant took the stand and he lied. And he lied about collateral matters. He told you that he had a big career-defining work meeting the morning of the murder. And then you heard from his boss who said, no, he didn't. He lied. He said that he and Juliana did not have a plan to kill Christine at the time that they went to the shooting range. Well, he said, not at that time. If he's lying about the things that don't matter, how can you believe a single word he said? And ladies and gentlemen, you have to do that in this case, because without some alternate theory, the Commonwealth's evidence is uncontroverted. So you got to pick one. Juliana, Mr. Banfield. Whose story does the evidence support? All of that blood, the DNA, to some extent, the digital forensics, the physical evidence collected at the scene. That's what you can rely on. Don't rely on his narrative and his recollection of the evidence. For that reason, don't rely on mine or on Ms. Rissler's. Rely on yours. It is your collective recollection of the evidence that you have heard that is controlling. You know what was said here. You know what the evidence is. We trust you to make the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members of the jury, this is an important case to both the Commonwealth and the defendant. In order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict. In other words, the verdict must be unanimous. The first thing you should do when you get back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an orderly and businesslike manner, that they are conducted only in the jury room when all members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote, or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case, or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and exchange views and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent you from retreating from an announced position, even when shown that such position is unsound. You have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if it can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her own views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence. You will have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. Much of the evidence in this case was in electronic files, so you're going to have a clean laptop that's going to have those files on there for you, and that you will be able to access. And you also have the big TV in the jury room that you can plug in the laptop to that so everybody can view the evidence at the same time, okay? As far as the firearms and knife, the Sheriff's Department has control of those items. If and when you want to see those items, you just have to let the deputy know, and those items will be brought to you. Only the deputy will handle them, but you can ask her to manipulate them however you wish to have them manipulated. But please do not have any deliberations while the deputy is in the room with you, okay? Wait till the deputy leaves before you do that, okay? All right, so during your deliberations until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, or the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You are not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tool to obtain information about this case to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside the testimony and the exhibits received as evidence during the trial. You will have, again, you also have with you the verdict forms. There's 4 charges in front of you, okay? So you're going to have 4 separate verdict forms, all right? Once you have decided, have made a decision, each of the verdict forms should have the foreperson signature at the appropriate place. There's places for guilty and not guilty for each count that you've heard. 2 aggravated murder counts, 1 firearm count, and 1 child endangerment count. Okay, so each form is separately. So each form, upon the finishing of your deliberation, should have the signature of the foreperson just on 1 space on each form. Okay, if you sign both places on the form, it gets confused. If we're confused, then that's not the way it works. Okay, so just make sure you do that. Okay, now for the last part before you deliberate, the fun part. You remember that in the beginning of this case, I told you we had randomly selected 4 people to be alternates, okay? We still have 4 alternates. Thank you all for your service and being so professional, and even during the snowstorm, making here on time, and we do appreciate that. And let me just say before I release the alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge sacrifice for you all and have taken you away from your lives for 3 weeks now. I know I speak for all of us associated with this case that I want to thank you for your service in this matter. I know it is hard to have come this far and then not get a chance to deliberate, but that does not lessen the respect and admiration that we have for you. As an alternate, you will not deliberate, but you will still be under the order of the court, okay? And so you cannot do any outside research at this time in the case, or you can't talk to anybody about this case at this time because you're still under oath as a juror. That is because if something happens to a juror during deliberations, I will call you back to service and deliberations would start again as you would be part of the jury as well. So that's why you're still under the order of the court. You are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. Once a verdict is reached, we will reach out to you and contact you and let you know this has occurred. And then you are free from all your obligations, okay? So again, thank you for your service. At this time, I'll call the alternate jurors, and if you could go with the deputy, you have to collect your items, and we'll get you on your way, okay? So the alternate jurors I have are number 26, number 24, and number 38. So if you could follow Deputy Johnson out at this time. 26, 17, 24, and 38. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, these are the 12 jurors that are going to be deliberating in this case, okay? You can take as long as you need to deliberate, and at this point, you can take breaks whenever you wish to, and you can let the court know. If you're still deliberating next week, you can let the court know if you want to come in at 9, you can come in at 9, or if you want to come in at 10, that's fine. When you're done for the evening, I know there's one juror that has to be done by 4:30 today, so make sure we respect that timing for that juror. But you can take breaks whenever you wish. You can take your lunch breaks, and you can make them an hour, you can make them a half hour, you can do what you like. It's just important that you do not deliberate at any time unless all jurors are in that jury room at the same time, okay? So during breaks, we don't deliberate, okay? We make sure we take care of that. All right. Do we have another deputy that can? All right. I can excuse you now to deliberate at this time if I have a deputy.
Judge, while we're waiting on that moment, can we approach on one?
Sure.
So the judge looking for a deputy to take the jurors back to the deliberations room, and here we go. Once they find a deputy, and it looks like there's one in the courtroom now, the clock will start to tick. Today, she just said, the judge, that at 4:30, which is 3 hours.
Gentlemen, just one more item before you deliver. If for some reason you have any issues with the laptop, please let the deputy know. And if you're having trouble with any of the exhibits, let us know because we can print out anything and everything that you need, okay? So if it gets frustrating at any point, just let me know and I'll make the parties print anything out that you need, okay? All right, thank you. You can now go to deliberate.
3 hours and 55 minutes. She said you can take an hour lunch, half-hour lunch. You don't have to take a lunch, but one juror has to leave at 4:30. Will we get a verdict before 4:30 Friday afternoon on January 30th, 2026? Or is it January 31st? I'm not sure, but it's one of those two.
All right. If you want to review the verdict forms before they go back as well, the laptop is coming from IT, so if you want to wait for that too for me, so just so you can make sure the laptop is clean and everything, all your exhibits are on there, and then that will go back to the jurors, okay? All right, we'll be in recess then.
Thank you. All rise.
And here we go. That's what Bruce Buffer, the announcer for the UFC, says. And it's on. The future of Brendan Banfield's life, which he still happens to have, unlike his wife, Christine Banfield, and Joseph Ryan, is now hanging in the balance with these 12 jurors. As you heard, there were 16 jurors sitting here for 3+ weeks, and they 4 of them were released as alternate jurors. So they're down to 12. We just watched closing arguments. The Commonwealth went first. Jenna Sands for the government. She talked about the counts here: 2 counts of aggravated murder, 1 count of aggravated use of a firearm, and I believe the other had to do with child abandonment or child neglect. She talked about February 24th, 2023. Jenna saying that is when the plan was executed. She went on to say that Brendan Banfield was in love with his au pair, Juliana Perez Margalesh. And she says he can pretend all he wants that it was an affair, but he was in fact in love. He even wrote an 11-page letter from jail and said that he was afraid of losing her. People here were talking about motive, that in these letters he was already picking out names. Hello, COE.
Hey, I just wanted to let you and everyone know that we're not going to have a separate stream should there be a verdict today. We're only going to have this stream and we're going to keep it up all day. If there is a verdict that's reached, then we have a short video that will go out to alert you, but we'll keep this stream up all day.
COE, how come you didn't become a criminal defense attorney? Your dad's an attorney, your sister's an attorney. Oh, she just left. Okay. So she said he was already out picking names. Picking out names for the baby he was going to have with Juliana, which is pretty sickening, considering the guy was married. Just get divorced, dude. So you lose a little money. You'll make it back. You lose full-time custody. You'll share custody with the kid. Man. She went on and basically said there was also zero digital history of Christine on any sort of fetish websites prior to this scheme being hatched back in January. And also pointed out that when Brendan and Juliana were out of town, and they were said to have been acting as Christine, but when they were out of town, there was zero activity on FetLife.com. The issue with forensics and digital forensics was explained by the experts that they can't sit there and tell you who exactly was behind a computer screen in terms of a person, but the evidence can point to it. And essentially, just looking at the comments, essentially, in that regard, they can't say for sure, Brendan and Juliana were behind the screen, but the evidence points to it. John Carroll got up. By the way, the Commonwealth was about a 20-minute closing argument. Then John Carroll gets up closer to an hour and a half. He had to take a break. Thank you to Braves. Chop on. Go Braves. John Carroll gets up. Listen, I heard that his wife, by the way, is a judge in this very courthouse. I'm sure he knows this judge. It's a small community in that world. I personally, he's sort of meticulous, but he's also sort of all over the place. But I personally cannot get beyond the monotonous tone. It's also just the manner, like it's like the level or the treble or bass of his voice or something. But it is just very difficult to follow him because it is like someone made the comment that he's a defense attorney, not a hypnotherapist, and that's pretty accurate. He almost literally was putting me to sleep, and I really don't mean that as an insult. It's just something about his delivery and his manner of speaking. He says, look, he started off about talking about the gun safe and why a code would be given. And then he was talking about the scene, and he's like, you have to look at the body cam footage, and talks about how Brendan was kneeling down and rendering aid. We don't know if that was in fact the case, and that he moved the knife away from Joe Ryan with his quote unquote toe. They said that they never tested the blood on the gun. Here's where he slipped. This is where he slipped. John Carroll says, and I quote here, he goes, my client gets up, pointing to the witness spot, so I could be a weatherman. My client gets up and tells a story. If I was Brendan Banfield, I would never let go of that the rest of my life, because that could be what convicts him. I mean, why would you ever use that phrase in a closing argument where your client, the defendant, on a double murder charge, testifies on his own behalf, and you get up and literally say, and I quote, my client gets up and tells a story? That is the government's assertion that he made up a story. That fell really badly. And I think the jurors picked up on that, because a lot of you picked up on it. Your jurors potentially, I'm a juror potentially. Bad mistake by Mr. John Carroll, in my humble opinion. And listen, I hear it all the time. You're an idiot. You're a horrible host. Stop interrupting. Easy to criticize. I mean, it's easy for me to criticize John Carroll. It's tough to do, and you can make a mistake on your feet. And he made one there for sure. He should never have ever phrased it in that way. He should have said, my client got up on the stand and told the truth. Stories are fictionalized. You get the point. I won't harp on it. It was a big mistake on his part, I think. He went on to say that law enforcement was just uncomfortable in general, which is, an old adage, when the facts are bad, go after law enforcement. He said they were uncomfortable maybe because of the line of the questioning, and then went on to say that the government and police had essentially tunnel vision, and that they didn't listen to Brendan. They didn't listen to his quote unquote story, maybe because it wasn't true. He goes back to the date of January 9th, and that's significant because that is the date that the Gmail account was open for FetLife, and it is the prosecution's argument that that was opened by Brendan and Juliana, and the defense counters it. So he then starts to pick apart Juliana, and this is where I had a little bit of a problem with John Carroll too. He sort of conflated his argument, for the way I understand it, is basically twofold. So either Juliana was behind this, or Christine Banfield herself was into this violent sex and was behind it and invited this guy over, and it did go bad. Those are he's like kind of leaving two possibilities open. But in his closing argument, he doesn't, in my opinion, he never, ever makes it clear. He never just puts it out there like that, and he conflates. So like in one moment, he's talking about Juliana, and in the next moment, he's talking about basically Christine and Joseph Ryan. And if the jurors don't believe this, I think this is going to rub them really badly, because in the wrong way, because he is essentially, John Carroll, the defense attorney, is taking a murdered victim here and scapegoating her as the actual reason behind the murder. So he's treading on thin ice there with that argument. But he does go on and say, well, let's look how Juliana managed this. And then immediately pivots to the Commonwealth, saying they took her at her word. And the one detective who contradicted the story was transferred off the case. I don't know the details of why he was transferred off the case, but it's certainly, that's a method or a mechanism of dusting up reasonable doubt. And they only need one juror to say, oh, wait a second. This hypnotic lawyer might have a point here, because they transferred a detective. I forgot everything else he said because he's so unbelievably monotonous. But what about this detective? Why was he transferred? Let me go back and look at the evidence. So it's in the jury's hands. But then he went on to explicitly say, this is John Carroll, the defense, that Juliana wanted a book deal and a Netflix series. You saw in the rebuttal, Jenna Sands got up there and said, do you really think that for $10,000 or whatever it is, that she would do this? I mean, she and went on to say, look, she took a plea deal, so she is a convicted murderer. She can't get a job. She probably could only get a job as an au pair. There's a good chance, I guess, she's going to move back to her native country of Brazil. But Jenna Sands, the Commonwealth prosecutor, said for $10,000, she's going to make up this entire story. I don't know. I mean, maybe. I don't know. But he went on to say, John Carroll did, that her entire story was bought and paid for. By the way, Netflix, I guess, pays horribly. Do you guys know who Alex Honnold is? He's the guy that on Netflix climbed that building in Taipei. I think it's the tallest building in Asia, or the tallest building in the world, and he free soloed it with nothing. I digress for a moment. I just read, how much do you think that guy got paid? I'm curious. In the comments, tell me how much you think Alex Honnold got paid for that. Because I have a rough idea, because I was just reading, and I'll come back to it. COE, remind me to divulge the answer. But John Carroll takes a shot at Juliana about the book, about the Netflix series, that her entire story is bought and paid for. First with freedom, he says, and then on the back end, he's talking about now, because they're trying to convict Brendan Banfield. He talks about confirmation bias, which is a phrase basically almost related to more than 5,000, more than 50,000. How much do you think it would take me to climb the tallest building in Taipei? Let's put it that way. This guy climbed the tallest building in the world with nothing to save him. And if he fell, I don't know what Netflix would have done. I mean, this is Netflix. This is a company that probably makes like 50 to 80 billion in revenue a year. And you're basing your entire show on this guy climbing a building. People are guessing, Taipei 1 is 1,667 feet. He got paid in the mid six figures, so like maybe $500,000. You'd have to pay me at least $50 million to do that. He has 2 kids. You're putting your life on the line. You crazy for $500,000? For $500,000? At least give the guy $1 million, Netflix, you cheap SOBs. God. John Carroll gets into confirmation bias, says that there was a complete rush to judgment. This is where I put a note down that he's conflating the argument involving Juliana and Joseph Ryan. So on the one hand, it's Juliana that's behind this. On the other hand, it's Joseph Ryan. And even the victim, Christine Banfield, of course, Joseph Ryan is also a victim. But the implication is that, Joseph Ryan was into the sexual violence, takes the knife and actually stabs and murders Christine. Commonwealth saying no, it was hatched, a plan hatched by Brendan and Juliana. Then he says a couple interesting things here. Again, if you're one of these jurors that's been knocked out by John Carroll's voice, maybe your ears are perking up at this point and you're questioning it. But he says Brendan's DNA is not on the knife. Brendan's DNA is not on Joseph Ryan. 2 interesting points. How did that happen? There's explanations for it in the evidence, and that's what the jurors are going to go back and look at. This was perhaps the dumbest argument. Thank you to Bongi. V Bong if you're Space Coast, but V Bongi to me. Joel, find a tall building to climb in Miami that can pay for your cracked ceiling repair. Cracks getting bigger and bigger, man. Soon Alex Honnold will be able to climb right through it. So he's saying Brendan's DNA is not on Joseph Ryan. And then he poses this question. And I was like, are you serious? He says, is it reasonable for a man married for 19 years to just get rid of his wife? Or something to that effect. You know how many men who've been married 19 plus years have murdered their wives in this country? It's probably happening right now, God forbid, but it's like an everyday occurrence. Kind of argue. If I'm the jurors, I'm like, this guy, is it reasonable for like his wedding vows 19 years ago to uphold those and protect his wife and whatever else you say in your vows, that he's still thinking about that? Another dumb line. And if I'm the jurors, I'm like, well, what's this guy thinking? He basically said, look, the Commonwealth just came up with a theory and tried to make it fit, and they didn't really investigate. It's a defense closing you've heard a million different times in a million different ways. And then you just saw Jenna Sands got up with a rebuttal, talked about the money, that it wasn't enough money to influence her, that she's still a convicted criminal, that they heard Brendan Banfield's story, and that it's basically a fictionalized tale. And you heard the evidence yourselves, and now you've got to go into that deliberations room, and you have got to make a decision. It is 12:51 Eastern time on the East Coast of the United States of America, where here in Miami, temperatures are going to drop to the lowest degrees ever recorded, they say, in Miami. We could hit the 20s this weekend. If that is the case, I will be in a hoodie, under a fleece jacket, under my comforter with my socks on, and that is how I will roll this weekend. I had a friend, Steve, who lives in Boston. He had plans to come here this weekend to get away from the cold. I sent him that, and I said, you might want to rethink it. He's going to Phoenix. I just read that this air mass is coming from, what is it? I just forgot the name of the town. It's coming from Canada, and it has made its way all the way down here. It's interesting, these weather systems, but this air is directly from one of the coldest provinces of Canada, and it's coming directly into southern Florida. As you know, iguanas fall out of trees below a certain temperature. They freeze up and fall. I hope none fall on me, and I hope none fall on my children, and I hope none fall near Ethel or Fred, because Ethel will try to eat it and Fred will bark at it. If one fell near or on the COE, I would probably hysterically laugh for days, if not years, and I would try to get it on video, but I would hope that she's okay. It's a big month coming up, everybody. It's the COE's birthday month. All of February is the COE's birthday, and it's a big one. It's a big birthday. I won't divulge it. Maybe Space Coast will. Maybe she will. I will not divulge it. But February is National COE Birthday Month. Meanwhile, I'm not a birthday person. It is her birthday. And I wanted to just say something. I have been planning for her birthday. Unlike Brendan Banfield, I planned something beginning last March. I didn't want to tell her, but it's a trip. And how could I actually take a trip with the COE and 3 kids without telling her? So on the very last day of Hanukkah this year, I presented her with a card telling her that we were going on a trip. So she and I will be away on a trip mid-February. Actually, her birthday is February 19th, and it's a big one, and we'll be away and I arranged it. You guys know I love my kids. I literally would take bullets for all 3 of my kids and my 2 dogs and my wife, but good old Sandy, Spacey's mother and the COE's mother, thank you, Sandy, is coming to watch the kids for a 6-night trip. At some point, I'll divulge where we're going. It's sort of insane, but I like to do weird things. Saved up for it, put away for it for a year, and here it is. I thought that the month would never come. So, how do you celebrate the COE's birthday? The entire month will be a celebration of life. I like to keep everyone informed. I'm losing my mind again today. I wish it was Botswana. Botswana, there's no way we're going for 6 nights. You can't go to Botswana for 6 nights. I'll preface it by saying this. I don't do well in the cold. I sort of hate the cold, but it might or might not have to do with cold weather. The Okavango Delta, that's coming up. I'm taking Karm to that one. Karm called me last night. She uses this phrase with me. She always says you don't understand. And it just, after she said it the 19th time yesterday, COE had to hold me back. We were all FaceTiming. I may or may not have threatened Karm. It all ended well. She and the COE just have a way of like cutting through me, like a knife through butter. I told Karm last night, my dad was a psychiatrist. I tell Karm 99% of my issues are Karm related. She's a tough woman, and she's tough to please, and she's always riding me about something. Always giving me heat about something that I'm not doing right or I could be doing better. And last night, after doing this trial for a week and 25 shows a day, I had to back her off. Every once in a while, you got to back off Karm. It's like in baseball, when you got a hitter that's hitting really well and he's up on the plate, you got to brush him back. Well, last night, I had to brush back Karm. And now we're on good terms. It is not Antarctica, but that would be my daughter just asked me, does anyone live on Antarctica? And I said, I don't think so. I mean, they're like science centers, but are there native, like indigenous people that live in Antarctica? I have no idea. Space would know that. COE, do you know that? Does anyone live in Antarctica, like actually live there besides polar bears and penguins? My daughter also wanted to know, by the way, in that same conversation, why penguins don't freeze to death. And I know it has to do with cold-blooded and warm-blooded, but beyond that, I can't really explain it much. So I'm not going to reveal the destination quite yet, but I will. Last birthday, Joel surprised me and took me to a UFC fight. I don't remember that, to be honest. It's weird. I have no past memory. Like a year from now, I won't remember where we went for the COE's 40th birthday. Guarantee I'll have trouble remembering it. I don't know if it's early onset dementia, if I just have like short-term memory loss. I have no idea. But I got to say, I'm really looking forward to going away with my bride, my betrothed. Is that the right word? For 6 nights. I did watch a UFC during the birth of my second child, and the nurse at GW Hospital was a little surprised by that. She's like, I've seen a lot of things in this delivery room, but I've never seen a husband watch a UFC fight. Luckily, it wasn't pay-per-view because I couldn't pay-per-view a UFC fight. What am I going to do? I was there. I was holding her hand. I was making sure everything was okay. We did see Tim Dillon. The only comic who withstands the test of time for me, withstands the test of time for me these days is Bill Burr. Bill Burr. I used to be a huge Chappelle fan. I just feel like he got so political and he doesn't even tell jokes. He just talks, and he's lost me the last couple of years. Tim Dillon is very funny. I mean, I'm sure I would die laughing if I saw him do stand up, but I don't have to see him. But Bill Burr is just next level good. All right. Talking about stand-up comics now. So what do you guys think? Before I leave here, it is 1 p.m. Eastern on the nose right now, and they are going to deliberate for 3.5 hours. Are we going to get a verdict today? Yes or no? I wish the CW Dom had said more in closing about the timing of her FetLife use only when they were there and how she used it. 0%. Yeah, she did mention it. Marilyn loves Bill Burr. COE has a huge crush on Bill Burr. She gets like embarrassed and like red when you mention his name. And she's always like, he's not my type, but he's just like edgy. Like there's just this like Boston edge. Like he's not really that good looking. Like I wouldn't notice him at a bar, but it's just something about him. One Sand Hill. Like when I see this name, I always want to say Ones and Hill, but then I realize it's One Sand Hill. Thank you, STS team. Looking forward to the next live trial you do from Chile, Canada. Stay warm in Canada. Yes, there will be a verdict today. Yes. AS creates very perceptive. You could be a detective. I think we will get a verdict today. I don't really know Nate Bargates. Never ever even seen Maniscalco, whatever his name is. I don't know. Bill Burr's a fraud from Tiger Lily. He's getting a little political on the other side, so maybe that's why Tiger Lily. Why do you say Bill Burr's a fraud? I'm curious. I just think he's a genius stand-up. Next trial coverage. I think it's going to be Corey Richins. And speaking of that, that's going to coincide with the birthday. So we're going to have someone, very likely Joe Patuto will be here for Corey Richins, or someone will be here to lead you. We're away on a weekend and a couple of weekdays, so it's just going to be like 3 days that we're not here. But it'll be Corey Richins, and of course, the Nick Reiner arraignment is going to happen while we're not here. So, and by the way, this Thursday and Friday, we won't be here because of someone else's big birthday, but we'll have programming for you. Can the judge give her 10 years with time served? I literally thought you meant, can I give the COE 10 years with time served? I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, I read that she's going to walk out. George Carlin has got to be one of the best of all time stand-ups, without question. Without question. Richard Pryor, early Eddie Murphy. I saw Eddie Murphy in like 1984, 1985 at the RAC, the Rutgers Athletic Center, before he was a megastar. And he was so funny back then. He used to wear that red leather outfit. Oh, did Bill Burr go to Saudi Arabia? Is that why? Is that what you're saying? I didn't even know. I know Tim Dillon did. Those guys got paid like $500,000 or $1 million. They got paid more than Alex. Alex Honnold climbs a building in Taipei with nothing. He just die. He has 2 kids. They pay him the same amount that they paid Tim Dillon to go to tell jokes in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I'm a big comedy fan. I took the COE to see Whitney Cummings. She's hilarious, and she called me out. I got embarrassed. But yeah, I don't know. I think we're going to cover Corey Richins. I think that's the next big trial, and we'll be covering other things before then. But I'm actually going to put out a video right now on the latest, because there's stuff going on with Luigi Mangione. A judge ruled that he cannot face death, so it will not be a death penalty case. But that judge also ruled that the backpack that he had can come in as evidence in his trial, and that's very damning. So COE, I assume that I just make myself disappear here. The stream stays up. As soon as we get a verdict, we'll give it to you. I'm going to put out this video. John Mulaney, I heard, is really funny. Don't really know his stuff. We're going to definitely cover Ellen Greenberg. And yeah, that's it. It's a Friday, man, and it feels like a Friday. COE, I think we need to get a babysitter tomorrow night and like grab dinner or something. I think that's being called for. All right. I've officially run out of things to say. As soon as we get a verdict, it's going to be right here. We'll bring it to you live. And if they don't come back by 4:30, we have a school dinner. What I don't know what that means. Okay. There's actually, believe it or not, there was a UFC pay-per-view. I talk, Dr. G and I text like little kids during every UFC fight, but there was a fight last Saturday night, and there's a second pay-per-view fight this Saturday night. So, and I know you guys are desperate to know this, but they are now starting at 9 and not 10. So if you don't want to miss it, make sure it's on Paramount now too. You actually don't even have to pay for the pay-per-views now. You just purchase Paramount and you get it. Without Karm, it doesn't feel like a Friday. That's part of what we argued about last night. I said, just come for closings. And she's like, Joel, I have not filed this case. I am not going to get up and talk about something. I'm like, just come there for closings. She knows enough about what happened. And she said, no. I said, you know what? You do you, Karm, and I'll do me. And we'll meet somewhere down the road, but I'll call her when we get out of here. All right, everybody. Love you all. Stick around. We'll be here when the verdict is read. If it's not today by 4:30, then you might want to take a big gulp. But I have a feeling it will be today. Stand on by, everybody. See you soon. I am here, everyone. I'm just on a call, and I'll be back in a minute, but we're getting down to the 4:30 hour. 23 more minutes. What is going on? I'll be right back. I think I'm here. I don't see myself, but I believe there I am. There I am. COEs, there we go. Okay. Here's a live look at the courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia. Brendan Banfield versus the Commonwealth of Virginia. And what the hell is going on? Everyone thought there would be a verdict, but listen, stay calm, everyone. It is 4:12. You see that verdict clock is at 3 hours and 36 minutes and 47 seconds. I believe that includes lunch, and they probably took a half hour, 45-minute lunch. Now, the reason people are agonizing is because apparently one juror has to leave today at 4:30. And who knows? That could have changed. It might not have changed. I think we're going to find out either way in about 17 minutes. But this is real life. It's not a movie. And this is a huge burden. I mean, I've never sat on a murder trial as a juror, but I've talked to people who have. And no matter which way you're deciding, guilty, not guilty, it's just a tremendous burden because you're talking about putting someone away for their life, for the rest of their life. And so they want to make sure they're getting it right. Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson were both basically, to an extent, although probably less than this, they were slam dunk trials. And they took, it took the jurors somewhere between 3 and 3.5 hours for each of those. I just think that they're, really, they take it very seriously. The DMV is a serious place with serious people, the capital of our great nation. And I bet you they're just going through things. The alternates are gone. That always scares me because what happens, I guess they would bring back an alternate if they needed to. Yeah, Patriotic says, I don't think it's taking too long at all. It's been 18 days since the trial started. I think it's about 10 days of testimony, including closings today, roughly. So that's 2 full work weeks. And hey, Kimberly, we're all happy to be your guilty pleasure. You shouldn't feel guilty. So yeah, the jury may have gone LARPing, live action role playing. That's a word I learned today. For those who know, you know. Anyway, no one knows what's going on here. It is pure speculation. They started deliberating at 12:34, so we're just shy of 4 hours, and that includes a lunch, so really probably 3 hours. I think at 4:30 we will find out what is happening one way or the other, because I think at 4:30 she's going to send them home. The thing is, there's typically about a 15-minute to a 30-minute heads up when there is a verdict, and one juror has to leave at 4:30. So even if they came back right now, a juror has to leave. Deb here saying, suck it up, buttercups, no verdict coming today. And I haven't eaten today, and man, I'm on a health kick, but I could really go for a Reese's peanut butter cup. Yeah, I think we've been spoiled by the quick verdicts of Donna Sue and baby Charlie. That might be. But yeah, again, like I would want to take my time. Because as much of a sad sack as this defendant is, an athletic sad sack, you don't want to send someone to prison if you have any doubt about it. So I'm sure they're going over stuff. I'm looking at the comments here. We'll miss STS. It looks like it will be Monday or later for the verdict. We don't know. Abbey Crossing, totally agree. Joel, we're going to know in 13 minutes. It is been quite a week. It's been quite a week. and quite a week. Interesting. The jury knows that he did not make the final shot to one of the victims. We learned at the trial that Juliana herself took the last shot, the so-called kill shot for Joseph Ryan, and maybe they've got something in their minds where they're wondering. Poetic justice, I appreciate that, but sugarless chocolate is like Coke Zero to me. It just doesn't work. I would make the perfect juror. I probably not, because I would have convicted this guy already. I think the au pair did not come across to me as sophisticated enough to plan that ridiculous, evil farce that has BB written all over it. I agree. I think they're going back and forth. But listen, it also only takes one stubborn juror to say, we don't have specific digital forensic evidence. We just don't have it. I can't put him behind the computer, although I think you can. I'm making the point that maybe one is holding out. We just don't know. It would be stunningly shocking. I mean, unbelievably shocking if this came back as anything but guilty. I think everyone would be stunned. I don't know. We were all kind of poking fun at this defense attorney, and he's been practicing a long time, and I'm sure he's good at what he does in the civil world, but maybe his weird superpower is that he just, I don't know, hypnotizes jurors into obscurity, and they don't even know what's going on, and so they have too much reasonable doubt because they just can't follow the guy because he's so slow. Who knows? Could they stay later? They can do absolutely anything. I think the judge would let them stay till midnight tonight, probably, if they wanted to. The issue is this one juror who said that they had to leave, but we don't know what it is. I mean, it might be that his wife said to him, "You got to be home by 4:30 to walk the dog," and he's calling his wife and saying, "Can I walk the dog at 5:30?" I have no idea. We don't know what it is. Or, could be that his wife, we don't know it's a guy, but maybe his wife is scheduled for a C-section. Who knows? In which case he's got to be there. Making this all up on the fly. I have no idea. But I do know I didn't eat today. Also, yeah, I just lost my train of thought. Food helps. It's energy, and I have none right now. I had oral surgery. You're keeping my mind off my pain. Feel better. Intuitive Karen. I hope you're feeling better. Hope you can have some soup or something. It's more than I'll have today, but I'll get to eat soon enough. I went on a rant, by the way, earlier, and I don't think I ever finished it. I don't know. I just find Joe Rogan so trite now. He says the same things over and over and talks about his cold plunges and hot plunges and his sauna. And Joe, it's like we've heard it 45 million times. You see how he gets. But anyway, long story short, what's his name? The actor, Kevin, the comedian. I want to say Kevin Hart. It's not Kevin Hart. It's the other one. What's his name? I had it before. Kevin James. So Kevin James was just on Rogan. I saw a clip of this. And, bro Rogan to bro Kevin James is like, "Hey man, so what's the longest you've ever fasted?" And Kevin James fasted for 41 days. I was like, "What?" 1L in Rolos, COE. 1L in Rolos. Yeah, I agree with you, Space Coast. I kind of hate him. But anyway, Kevin James is like, I fasted for 41 days. Now, this is a guy with a platform of, tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. And he's got a comedian who knows nothing about nothing. And now some idiots out there are going to go and fast for 41 days. And Rogan's like, were you hungry? He's like, well, it passed. And, and I lost 60 pounds. I mean, you're starving yourself to death. 41 days. He had water with a little bit of salt in it. Why do I bring this up? Because I'm fasting for a day here and I'm barely going to make it. But also, it's like, Rogan, you have a huge audience. Like, why are you bringing a Comic-Con to talk about fasting for 41 days? A 2-day fast, a 1-day fast. I mean, just like eat healthy, dude. You don't have to like go into the cold plunge, into the hot, into the cold. Tell us about what a sauna does for the next. All these longevity guys, if you guys know Brian Johnson with a Y, he spends his entire life trying to eat. I mean, live, not eat. I need to spend my life eating. Brian Johnson. See, I can't think anymore. I'm losing it. Bugs, I'm losing it. Is it Brian Johnson? Yeah, it is Brian Johnson. Brian with a Y. He made something like $500 million off his tech company, and he spends all day, every day, trying to live forever. What kind of life? I'm fasting because I just had no food here. I ate my peanuts, the bag's gone, and I had chili mango, which is, by the way, the worst I've eaten lately. Chili mango is a lot of sugar on that. Yeah, I'm fasting. So that's exactly it. I'm too lazy to go downstairs. There's food downstairs, but that's a long ways. By the way, out of absolutely nowhere, I mean, literally I did nothing, but all of a sudden, I have a torn meniscus in my left knee, but now my right knee is destroyed, and I literally think I sit like on like a stool type chair here that goes up and down. I don't know. My feet don't reach the floor here because it's like a bar stool. Yeah, Brian Johnson. Maybe I'm getting the last name wrong. He is the lead singer for AC/DC, but he's also a guy trying to live forever. Anyway, both of my knees are destroyed. I haven't eaten, and these guys worth $500 million are trying to live forever, and they're always the most unhealthy looking dudes you've ever seen. Like Brian Johnson is his last name Johnson? I think it is. But he looks like the most unhealthy guy. He like dyes his hair. He's all Botox to the hilt. Like he looks insane. And all these, I'm just so tired of these. Like somehow they're all in my algorithm because I probably look at stuff and then it pops up in my algorithm and I have to hear about amino acids all day and how you live forever if you do this, if you do that, you know what? I had an Aunt Simmy who was ice skating at 98 years old. 98. Uncle Joe lived to about that. Uncle Joe swam every day at the Y. You think he was getting blood transfusions? Like Brian Johnson, no way in hell that guy lives past 82 if he's lucky. Uncle Joe lived to 98, inhaling the fumes in New York City, swimming at the 92nd Street Y. Uncle Joe's a whole other story. He's such a sweet man. Such a sweet man. And then at the very end, he started saying crazy things at the Jewish Home for the Aged in Somerset, New Jersey. We had to pull him out of New York City. That's it. I don't know if it's tennis, Brian Smith, but suddenly my knees aren't working, and I'm worried. I'm worried. Hope I make it to 98. 4 minutes left. All right. Enough about Joel and his knees. It's not easy to talk when there's absolutely nothing going on. I did put out a video about the latest with Luigi Mangione. Let me get your take on this. Just curious what you guys think. Would you like me to do, I spoke to Dr. G today, and he covers all sorts of things. I refuse to do politics, but there are about 3 million pages now of new Epstein documents. And Dr. G does sort of like forensic analysis on the documents, which is interesting. I don't even fully understand that. But he suggested that he and I do a show together next week, a recorded show. It wouldn't be live, going over some of these new Epstein documents. Is that something that you all would be interested in? Great. dots adding to my list. Joel, you may be getting arthritis. Let's add that. What kind of doctor do you go to for arthritis? I got to add them to the list. Never wore glasses. Never took a single medication. Now I'm at the pharmacy like every other day. My kids are like, "Why are we going to the pharmacy?" I'm like, I can't live without Walgreens or CVS. And now my knees are going. So would you guys be interested in like an Epstein type thing? Not political, but like what's going on with these documents? What's it say about different people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. No Epstein, says Indigo Doll. I'm not really that fascinated by Epstein. I mean, I personally do not think he committed suicide. I think he killed himself, or was killed, I should say. I have no idea how or by who. It's way too weird for him to have done it. And he said he wasn't suicidal. But I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. It's an interesting story. But is it something that we do on Surviving the Survivor? I don't know. I just don't know. All right. We're 2 minutes away from the 4:30 mark. Ms. Kemp, I have no patience. I need a verdict. Poetic Justice, this should be a no Epstein zone. Deborah, no Epstein. Lisa, I agree. He was murdered. I will sadly take an STS break. What is it? I can read from far away, but I just cannot read anything close anymore. Like I'm on the phone, they're asking for my 3-digit code on my credit card, and I have to like contort into a donut in order to like read the 3-digit code. And I've got to get like my flash. COE gets so embarrassing. I go to a restaurant in Miami, they're always like dimly lit, and I've got to turn on like the flashlight on the Apple phone, on the iPhone. I think I'm just going to go home and lay in my bed. And by the way, we talked about this earlier. Coldest temperatures on record expected for Miami this weekend. I looked at this map. It's I just keep blanking on the name of the town. Whatever one of the coldest places in Canada is, sort of on the western side of the country. Imagine if the air from the sky there was just beamed into Miami. That's essentially what's happening. It's crossed the country right into Miami. It's coming right into my windows. Luckily, like athletic Banfield, I have hurricane windows, so I've got an excuse to have thick windows. Jurors start deliberating, and it's 4:30. Here we go. I imagine we're going to hear from the judge here. If I collapse, it's because I haven't eaten. It's fine once I get a little sugar in my body. It's not Winnipeg. It's like a small, it sounds cold, and I just can't, I'm just blanking on the name. Paula Dale is here. Hello, Paula. I just actually, one of the things I was doing, I booked a flight out to CrimeCon, which is in May. We applied, but there's no saying that we're going to get in. And they like to rotate the podcasters in and out. So it's not Edmonton. I don't know if we'll get into CrimeCon, but even if I don't on Content Row, I'll still probably go. Not Edmonton. I wish I could find it. It's like a small cold town, not Yellowknife. If you guys are familiar with Yellowknife, it's something like that. Yellowknife is always like minus 43, and it's in Canada. It's not Edmonton. Clock stopped on Court TV. Someone is saying, Nurse Kristen. COE, we've and Spacey, I don't know if you're here yet, but I think you are. Have we refreshed this? Did the verdict come back 2 hours ago and we just never refreshed? What just happened? That's the transmitter, guys, for the pool camera. It's called a live view. That's what transmits the picture. That's not us. I'll tell you what that is. It could be that the pool camera is using satellite and their satellite window just closed because they're like, oh, we'll be done at 4:30. You purchase time in increments with satellites, and that may have just been it. So they're frantically trying to get a jury sent home per court TV. Interesting. Let me take a look here and see if I can find something, and I'll let you know. Someone saying they stopped deliberating at 3 hours and 14 minutes. Wouldn't she have brought them back, though? Well, Kathy Russin, she's with Law and Crime. Jurors went home without a verdict today in Virginia versus Brendan Banfield. A juror had to leave by 4:30. They deliberated for 3 hours and 45 minutes today, back at it on Monday. Sounds like that's what happened. What are you guys thinking? Let me see. You guys panicked? Monday, 10 o'clock, they'll resume. We're going to be here, obviously. Who thought? I never thought this was going to go into next week. Interesting. Brendan Banfield's got to be feeling a little bit better. An accused double murder. I don't know. We don't know what's going on here. We'll be here Monday. Look at this. I love it. Peace out and good shot. Same to you, Tammy Costas. Any relation to Bob? Are you related to Bob? Tammy, before you go, are you related to Bob? Jurors will be back Monday, 10 a.m. I am surprised from Neely. What do the rest of you think before we say goodnight for the weekend? I don't know. They really want to get this right. Not surprised. Someone just said, never thought it would take another day. Jurors want more days off of work, maybe. Wow. Imagine if, well, I don't know. I don't know if he thinks like us. I was going to say, imagine if you're Brendan Banfield, now you've got it. The weight goes through the weekend. Like for me, I wouldn't be able to sleep or eat for that matter, but maybe he's fine. But all right, everybody. I could ramble on for another 9 hours, but instead of doing that, I should probably go get some food. I would really appreciate you guys being here all day with us at STS Nation. Please share the show with a friend. On your way out, please hit like and subscribe. We've got a Patreon page. We're cranking out tons of content, so that helps. And have a wonderful weekend. As Vinnie Politan says, don't forget to hug the kids. Life is short. You don't know how short it is till you know how short it is, if you get what I'm saying. So enjoy life. Love you all. Love you, the Commonwealth of Virginia. And we shall see you Monday morning, 10 a.m. And there needs to be justice for Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. God bless. Good luck and good night.